He said take a village to raise a child, but what if the village is retarded?
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I added myself to the stage. The last video I did, last live stream, was like talking for 10 minutes. I forgot to add myself to the video. So I edit that video out anyways. I just, it's one of those nights where I just don't see anybody live that I care to really ponder my time, and kind of bored. Don't really feel like playing chess. You know, um, guess I really don't have that much to really say. I mean, a lot of times, if I don't have the energy, I won't go live. I do have a little bit of energy. I don't know how long this will that I'll be talking, but you know how I do. I just let the conversation goes how it goes. I guess the um I guess the thing that is on my mind, doing my daily side, quests and whatnot, trying to, make some money. That's what I normally try to do every day. Try to make some coin, you know, try to move up the mountain top of the wealth paradigm in this country. Trying to make some crumbs to make a crumb cake, you know, trying to avoid to not be a crumb bum, you know, that type of thing. That's what I normally try to do. It's like this one guy, he was it's probably clickbait, but he made a video talking about he trying to be a millionaire. He trying to make $1 million driving DoorDash in one. I mean, DoorDash in one day. I found that very funny. His hopes was actually no, he was doing Uber. He was doing Uber. His hopes was he was going to pick up some billionaire and hope that the billionaire would make him a millionaire. Oh, that was hilarious, man. I like his ambition, though. Uh, but the thing is that yeah, that's what I try to. I thought of that before. It's like, man, I mean, what would it take for me to be a millionaire? Doing today. What do I have to do to be a millionaire today? I think of that from time to time. The odds are stacked up against you. But speaking of which, actually, before I start talking about what I was going to talk about, that's a tripped out thing, right? See, in America, that's what is different than how things were 100 years ago, 50 years ago. For what I'm saying is, it was a time that, and what I'm talking about is kind of like caste systems. It was a time where when you were born, from the time you was born to you being a child, getting out of high school, you knew pretty much you was gonna be, a Pullman porter. You was gonna have to shine some shoes. You might go to the army. You might become some type of butler. That might be a little bit older, but you knew you was gonna be, something kind of a lower class. You knew you were going to probably be a janitor, some type of cab driver. You kind of knew your stocks was low. What's going on, Seeking My Creator? You know, it was a time, and it's kind of what the racists. I was listening to. I think I remember years ago. I was listening to the White Citizens Council. In case you don't know what the White Citizens Council is, it's kind of like a racist, um, kind of white nationalist group, and that's kind of what they were saying. Like they said, black people don't know their place anymore, and that's not what I'm saying. That's not the tone of what I'm saying. What I am saying is basically it's kind of similar to what they said, but it's not just black people. Everybody had when they were the time they were growing up, they knew okay, I had to go work at some plant or factory. And that was pretty much where that was gonna end. Like that from the time that they worked there, they was gonna, hopefully retire there and get a pension, and that was it. That was what their hopes and aspirations were. Like maybe go on vacation, go, take the kids with a car, with a station wagon somewhere. That was pretty much it. Like people pretty much didn't really have that much expectations, and primarily it was because it really wasn't that much going on. So when in terms of trying, everybody probably thinks that they can be a millionaire. Is what I'm saying. I saw it online. It was like recordings. I don't know where the hell I found it. It was like years ago. I want to say probably 4 or 5 years ago. Um, but the thing is that right now, as of now, is nobody being. I mean, society has changed. I guess society has gotten a little bit richer because basically nobody, even a bum, has a cell phone nowadays, right? You know, um, it's like that. Like people, the poorest person now lives richer and wealthier than kings of old. Kings and queens and nobility of old, right? Because basically because of technology, because just people are more resourceful, and then you could and that's something that I'm going to also talk about, kind of socialism. Society gives basically poor people a little bit of money in the United States, more than probably some other countries, but it's still not that equitable. There's a chart actually, and I've done pretty quite a few live streams talking about wealth and inequities in the United States. The United States is not the best place to go for wealth equality. It's an actual wealth equality index. I forgot what it's called. I believe it's called the Gini Index. The United States is not high upon the Gini Index or wealth index or wealth equality index. It's kind of surprisingly low. Right, homeless people. You got a lot. You got people living in their van, living in their car. Documenting they somehow or another have either Wi-Fi connection or cell phone data to do so. Right, they doing videos about how their lives are in their car. Um, you know, I mean, I guess you can even include me in there. I mean, I ain't necessarily rich. I mean, I document it, and I'm still document. Well, I'm not so much so more. I kind of fell back on the whole documenting things. I took the lens off my life a little bit, but I'm still rehabbing this 100+ year old house, and basically trying to get that finished. I probably I estimate that I want to sell this house within 6 to 12 months. I want to get this house on the market, flip it, and I don't even care about the exit. I don't care if I have to go back to a hotel for a period of time. as long as I make pretty decent return on this on my house, selling my house, and I'll go back to the hotel with $100,000 plus in the bank or something like that, and then find something else. Might probably have to fix up a house again, but it won't be. Ideally, I won't be trying to get no house that's in a bit like. I'm not trying to get no more gut rehabs at the moment. Like I'm gonna tell you something. If you're trying to get into real estate, if you can avoid getting a gut rehab or a house that basically is kind of like basically it's a tear down and rebuild, just avoid it. If you don't have $50,000 or $100,000 cash clear, avoid those types of houses if you can, because it's just gonna be a nightmare for you, especially if you're just starting out. But the thing is that's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, man, the average person does not want to be the average person has no aspirations of being, even though they don't have any aspirations, or they would rather avoid um, lower class jobs, right? Janitors, basically, there's no butlers anymore, hardly. Like, when the last time, I'll give you let me know this, right? When the last time you seen a fucking butler? When the last time you seen a job, right, on a job board, and they're looking for a fucking butler, right? Nobody's a butler, hardly any butlers anymore. I mean, there's live-in nannies. I remember I was installing Comcast cable, Xfinity or whatever, in the northern suburbs. The northern suburbs of Illinois. A lot of people don't know. White people are really hush hush about things, but I'll just spill the beans. Most of the wealth, a lot of the wealth in Illinois is in the northern suburbs of the Chicagoland area. Okay, even your just pearly things. That's where she's from. Rich family. I think her dad gave her $100,000 to start her YouTube studio or whatever. Yeah, that's where they live. They got old money, and they got a lot of old money and a lot of new money, and it's very, very this wealthy area. Nobody hardly talks about it, and it's funny to me because it's like nobody outside of Chicago, absolutely, people don't have a clue. It's like a secret society or something down there. Nobody has a fucking clue about the northern suburbs of Illinois. And it's like, or Chicago, the Chicagoland area. And it's like, I wonder why. But the thing is that a lot of rich people are ducked out there. Majority of them are white, and they are very, very rich. And funny, I say butler, because 1950, 1960, that's when a lot of people were butlers, live-in nannies, and a lot of them were black, right? um your grandma, if you were black, if you come from a black family, your grandma probably at one time down south or wherever, she probably had a job where she washed people's clothes. And the people that she washed their clothes were primarily white people. Like, people are not doing that. People are not washing people's clothes, and it's no live-in nannies hardly like it used to be. It is some. It's primarily the extremely rich still have nannies and stuff like that. I'll just say that because I did see some when I was installing cable up on the northern suburbs of Illinois. I saw, it was some lady that came over probably a couple times a week, and she helped cook and take care of the kids and stuff like that. So it does exist, but it's still like, okay, there's no men living in a house that is a butler. In 2024, there's no probably. I wouldn't be surprised if it is still butlers, but there's just probably most likely zero to nil amount of actual like butlers. Some dude that basically opens the door, deals with the house or the mansion, and takes care of certain things. He makes sure he drives the Mr. or Mrs. around. He makes sure he grabs the newspaper in the morning, and make sure the coats and everything are ready to he fetches the coats for the people when they before they go out to go to work. Of course he drives them to work. Like, that doesn't really exist hardly anymore. It's probably, like I say, exclusive for the uber rich and wealthy. Not too many people do that, but it was one time where a lot of people were butlers. People probably even wanted, that was probably at one time a desirable job, to be a butler, to be a live-in nanny. That meant that your family was going to have, a surplus of money from that job. You would get a bonus. A lot of women are probably, still nannies. Of course, you got old people, they got caretakers, people that live with them and stuff like that, and take care of them, make sure, they don't have a slip and fall and all of that. But yeah, it like I say, it's no butlers, no people shining shoes like that. Like people that it is like, I remember at my last job, um, it was a dude that shined shoes in the. It was like the courtyard area where like it was like a Starbucks. It was like a convenience store. It was some dude that was that was what he did. He shined shoes, and dude had a crazy story though. Like dude was an ex hitman. It was crazy. Like, dude was an ex hitman and shine shoes and shit. He said he reformed his life and turned it over to Christ. But I don't know, man. You probably have about 20,000 or so. You probably go put in some work for you. You know, go get the tools and everything. But yeah, he's not the first hitman that I found that told me that they were a hitman. Um, what I'm saying? Like that, that's probably, I would say, in my 40 plus years, probably heard about three or four guys that, said they were hitmen or whatever. But so it wasn't as scary as the first time I heard somebody say it was a hitman. But anyway, dude shine shoes, that's what he did primarily. I mean, at least in the daytime. But it was a time where it was a lot of people, young men, older men. They were shoe shines. It was so tripped out that it was actually a derogatory word. Like, white people used to call black people shines, and the reason why they called them shines was because a lot of black people, that's what they did. They shine people's shoes on the street. It was a lot of people. It was they would charge a nickel to shine shoes. Like, a nickel was worth a lot of money. Back in the 1940s and 50s. I don't know. I think a nickel was enough to get a loaf of bread or some shit. I don't know. But Yeah, it's not a lot of people that have, like, people now 2024, right? They don't even want to. They frown upon being a door dasher. Being a door dasher, picking up Uber Eats and DoorDash is like, it's beneath them. Let alone trying to shine shoes, be somebody's personal driver, butler, um, being someone's washing someone's clothes, being a housemaid, right? Being a maid. It's hardly any maids anymore, right? A maid service now is an hourly job. It's no, but one time people had not only a butler, they had a maid and a butler. And this is only like 60 to 70 years ago. Like, pretty much that's what, if you watched the Brady Bunch, that was what the one chick was. I forgot her name. She was the maid. She was the housemaid or nanny or whatever. I don't know the difference between, a maid or a nanny. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna. I don't. I don't know what the fuck the difference is, to be honest. But there was one time that's what people's jobs were. They were, a maid. Rich people, well-to-do people had both a maid and a butler, or maybe they had a nanny that they paid a little bit extra to also be the maid, wash the dishes, cook the food, and it was one time, yeah, that was what people were signed up to do because it wasn't that many opportunities as there are now. Basically, what I'm saying is the average person thinks that they can possibly be rich one day. That inspiration, I'm not going to even lie. I probably sell that hope. One of the things that I do on this channel is I sell hope of you possibly being a millionaire one day. Because, I mean, that's my aspirations as well. But I'm not the only one that has those aspirations. The average person, because we're basically in a lottery era. Lottery is something that is not new. Black people actually, that was one of the things that we invented was the lottery. The numbers, and then basically like what happens mostly. White people take it. You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song. They took the lottery and then they corporatized it, or basically they not even corporatized it. They, kind of, yeah, you could say corporatized it because basically it just, every state has their own lottery fund, right? So that started, I believe, in the 70s. The lottery basically started in a, national lottery started, they got bigger and bigger, right? To like now it's like they're talking about raising the amount of money for lottery, for the Powerball, for the Mega Millions, but everybody's mindset is one day I could just go get a lottery ticket out of a grocery store or gas station and I could be rich. So fuck you and fuck your butler job or your maid job. I'm not gonna be a maid for shit. I'm gonna be a millionaire, bitch. That's what everybody's mindset is. And then you got the, a lot access to trading, brokerage. You can have a brokerage account on your phone. You could trade cryptos on your phone. The average person has some hopes and some um kind of like notion that they're going to be actually rich. Like everybody, and even knowing that statistically only 1% of individuals, I got the numbers, I got the data. I can't be selling hope and dreams and not have the data on, only 1% of Americans, adult age Americans are millionaires. That's why you had the whole 99% movement or Occupy Wall Street, because the one percenters are the millionaires and billionaires, right? So no one, everybody can't be necessarily rich, right? We do understand reality, right? We're not delusional. Everybody can't necessarily be rich, right? And that kind of goes into socialism, but yeah, not everybody can fucking be rich, right? That just doesn't, that's not how that works, you know? And the thing is that even knowing that, people still have the notion that one day they're gonna, like, get some type of inheritance from their, their aunt secretly held a stash of, $1 million paintings or some shit, and then they're gonna get, passed down to that from their aunt or something. They're gonna, their parents is gonna leave them with some nest egg or something like that. They have some type of, you know, notion that they're gonna one day have some type of fortune, and they're gonna be a lot richer than what they are. And a lot of times that's not how that happens. I even, I'll tell you the stats on inheritance, especially for black people, is even lower. But most people, only 20% of individuals get an inheritance, meaning an inheritance worth more than $20,000. Most people don't get, even if they get an inheritance, it's not something like in the millions of dollars. It's not like, you're gonna get a $500,000, $1 million. Most people, it's like, you gotta think the average, whatever the average insurance policy is. You might be lucky enough to get 30 grand, from an insurance policy, some bank accounts, after you divvy up the proceeds of selling mom's house, or pop's, or your parents' house or grandparents' house or whatever, that you might get, $15,000 a piece between you and your siblings. You can just add that to the mix. So, you guys splitting all of everything up, the insurance policies and all of that type of stuff. So it's like, yeah, you're not gonna get, because the average person is not a millionaire. So the average person that dies is not a multimillionaire, is not rich. So it's not like they're not passing on riches like that to their children, because the average person is just not rich. So, I hate to break that news to you. I heard, I know you. I don't want to break your, your delusion, but unfortunately, that's just reality. You know, old people are still considered within the stats. Only out of every 100 people is about a one person in that mix is a millionaire. So that's just the stats, right? So, but even given that fact, people's, like I said, people's, in the back of their mind, they believe that one day they can be rich, and from that, they don't. The average person, let's say before 1970, 1960, 1950s, it was not that many opportunities. There was no internet. It was no smartphones. It was no gig work. Gig work was you knocking on somebody's door and hoping they answer, to ask them if you could cut the grass or rake their leaves or shovel their snow. That was what gig work was, pre internet, pre smartphone, pre gig economy era, or whatever, gig era. So it wasn't that many opportunities like that. So because there wasn't that many opportunities, it was only so much you could do. You know, you had to do certain things. And it was like, if you didn't have the education, you were limited in what you could do. You'd have to be, very, very creative, or you'd have to do, menial tasks to make a living. So I just thought about how we live in this, gilded age of, I guess you could call it the lottery mindset, where any day I can become rich. I could be just as rich as the person that I want to work for, or possibly close to it. And with that lottery mindset that most people have, they believe that they can be just as rich as anybody else. And from that belief, there's a 99% chance that that's not going to happen, right? But people still believe it. It doesn't take away the belief that they still think that they could possibly be rich. And from that notion, and even opportunity, you buy, they say if it's not even that they say, do you know if you had excuse me, $100,000 in shares, Nvidia, 2022, no, 2016. If you had bought 100,000 Nvidia shares, worth of Nvidia shares, those shares would be worth $15 million. You can cash out, you can do whatever you want at that point. But that's what amount of money that value would have increased had you put $100,000 in Nvidia. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I know a couple people that probably had $100,000 in 2016, but they chose to do other things. And that's why they're not rich like that. But the opportunity is there. The opportunity is there. Obviously you got Shiba Inu. If you would have put shit $1,000 in Shiba Inu, 2020, you would be rich as fuck. Like just $1,000 bucks. If in the same thing with Dogecoin, had you put $100,000 in Dogecoin, you would be a multimillionaire. And the same thing that goes for a Shiba Inu. So it's just you being able to do that or not. But you didn't even need $100,000. $1,000 would have been well enough to become a millionaire. But those opportunities, like I said, those are what we have now. We have certain things that there's other cryptos that go up. It's all kind of stuff going up and down as far as cryptos. You didn't have no crypto market in 2000, or 1960. There's no crypto market. There's no such thing. So it's so many opportunities now that the reality, it is a chance. It is a possibility. Whereas, like I say, years prior, decades prior, there was no opportunity. You know, you know, you had to either be really, really crooked and try to make some living, maybe, selling H, or, running, being some type of mobster or gangster, and hope that you don't get caught by the police, or you'd had to be really, really creative to come up with some type of business opportunity to make some money, or you'd have to be really, really creative to make some money. And if you're black, you also had to deal with severe organized oppression, and all kind of other things that you'd have to deal with back then. So it was just the chips were stacked up against you, So it was very, very difficult, But 2024, it's not necessarily that difficult. It just totally different scenario. Not totally different, but a lot more wiggle room. A lot more opportunities. versus 1964 versus 2024. And here's the thing where I'm going to lead into people talking about socialism and stuff like that. um it's like I'm hearing a lot of people talking about socialism and stuff like that. It's like something that people talk about. I'm hearing a lot of different people talking about it. But here's the thing. Here's the nitty gritty on socialism in regards to America. Okay. Basically, America, is a capitalist system, but it does have parts of socialist. Let's just say socialist aspects to it. For example, the public school system is a socialist system. The welfare system is a socialist system, right? Any social safety net is considered social as a part of socialism. Basically, any government subsidy such as Section 8, welfare, public school, that's all part of socialism. Even the first responders, police, fire, EMTs, that's part of socialism as well, because there's a tax fund that goes into the counties, local cities, and then they pay for these first responders. They pay for their payroll, and it doesn't. The first responders, they deal with. It's not like, okay, this is how it could not be socialism. Meaning, if the first responders, right, police, fire, you know, EMT service, right, if they just only basically like if you pay taxes, right, you pay for that, and you had like a card that said you paid taxes, you get like a tax card. And then the first respond, like you bleeding, you got hit, I don't know, got hit by a stray bullet, and then the EMTs come to you and they like, hey, I need your card, your taxpayer card. And then you don't have a taxpayer card, and then they can't do they just walk away. It's like, no, you need a taxpayer card in order to get this service for us rendering this service to you. You know, that's kind of pretty much how dentistry is. So like I talk a lot about dentistry in the United States. Everything else, like pretty much, is kind of socialist. Meaning, you can go right now to a hospital with a fucking bullet wound or stab wound, and the hospital will stabilize you. They have to, by mandated by law, they have to stabilize you, or they have to transport you to either a county or state hospital, which again is socialism. So, okay, the fact that the EMTs, the police, the fire, they deal with everybody from a bum on the street, a drug addict on the street, or anybody on the street, a poor person on the street that obviously probably most likely can't pay taxes, to the richest person in a mansion that pays obviously a lot of taxes, most likely. The fact that they take care of everyone based off of one system, that's definitely socialistic. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people talk about socialism is like, United States is not part of that. Like that conversation is not, like it's a lot of parts of the American governmental system that is very socialistic. Okay, let's talk about China, right? China is a socialist system, right? China does have a spin of corporate or capitalism, that they embraced in the late 80s, early 80s, that they just kind of basically kind of open things up for business. But China is very socialist, as more socialist than America is. But one of the things that I have to say is that, I think other people said that. I think BGS said that. You see how socialist this country was during the pandemic. This country became very, very socialistic. You know, yeah, ration cards. You have a taxpayer card, and then the police can only respond to you if you got that card saying you're a taxpayer. Then that's not necessarily socialism, because you it's not you're not communism and socialism is one for all for one. That's the best way to describe that. Like Cuba is a communist socialist country. Everybody gets a mandated stipend. They get salary. Basically, everyone gets the same amount of money, damn near, depending on what you do. If you're a doctor, a lawyer, that's kind of how that goes, right? Um, China is more communist and social, because basically they have more authority. The government has way more authority to do whatever they want to do, whatever they need to do. It's a gift and a curse. It's a gift because that's why China has more railroads, high-speed railroads. They brought a lot of people out of poverty. It probably China has probably brought more people out of poverty than any place in probably the last 100 years, because basically they took the people from the farms, and because they had a mass production boom in the big cities and the factories, they brought these people out of the slums and the farms and stuff, and brought them to these big cities and these factories to produce things, right? To produce your iPhones, your laptops, your whatever item that you have that's most likely made in China. Those people produce those things, and the wages came from that, and then they brought they sent that money back home to the farms and helped them buy more ducks and rice and whatever, take care of their old, their appearance and stuff. But the thing is that some of those people, also what people don't also talk about is that China had the most boom of millionaires from that production boom as well, because people went into business and they started their own factories and started to make goods. Some of those goods are like fake items. China makes a lot of fake items, like fake Louis Vuitton. There's like $1 billion industry, multi-billion-dollar industry of fake items, fake Rolex, fake Louis Vuitton, fake Gucci, fake Prada. Everything you could think of, there's a fake version of it, right? And China does a lot of sells a lot of fake goods. I kind of know a little bit about it. I used to sell fake shit, and I made quite a bit of coin off of it. Till I basically decided not to do it anymore. But the thing is that from all of the production, the people that own those factories made quite a bit of money, millions and millions of dollars. For example, now the dude that started Timu, that dude became the fastest billionaire. Like, just look up the owner of Timu and how quickly he became. I think dude is worth like $16 billion now. Uh, PPD Holdings, I believe, is the company, and it's like one of those companies that you just you most likely I think the share is at over $100. When it's over $100, most people are out of the market. They can't afford to buy those shares in mass. But in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think it's gonna go even higher. A lot of people are buying Temu stuff. Temu is like basically like kind of similar to Alibaba. But the thing is a lot of people made a lot of money from stuff like that. Selling goods and building factories and making partnerships with factories and stuff like that, where basically a lot of people made a lot of money. Okay, and again, where China differs from India, India pretty much has a caste system that is based off of just the government is kind of, let's just say, more democratic, and it's just kind of like anything goes, is like as far as what people want. There's many tribes in India, many types of groups and religions in India, and they all don't agree upon everything. Whereas where China comes in with their communist system is the government owns banks, the government owns railroads, the government owns a lot of factories. So the government can make decisions. Okay, if they want another high-speed railroad, the government comes in and they build it. Whereas India, why so many people still in poverty, why so many people shitting on the street and pissing on the street and stuff like that, it smells like shit, right? They don't have septic systems and all that shit, because you have this government system of these caste systems, these different groups, and they still have all of these rajas. A raja is like a king. They have all of these different groups that can't agree upon governmental systems to help everybody, because you got all of these people that just don't even give a shit about certain people. The Dalit class, or the lower caste systems, you know what they do to them in India? They literally pour shit and piss on them. They literally, like, yeah, it's videos of them pissing on their lower class. Like, of course, I mean, people do that. People poison bums, and they, kill bums and homeless people, let's just say. And they, some people that have gotten caught pissing on people, and they get arrested. Well, in India, you don't get arrested. You videotape it, and then you get a lot of views online. So they treat their common citizen, their poorest, the United States, for example, right? They treat their poorest, people pretty good, versus, let's just say, India. India does not, they have 10,000-year-old plus caste system. The lower class, you want to talk about being a shoe shine and a butler and all. They know from birth that they basically going to have a shitty life, literally a shitty life, based off of their caste system. And it's so fucked up, right? That they literally, the Indians in America, they try to bring that same caste system to America, and they try to treat like, their Indian, that they know that are lower class bad in America. And then even so much, they even try to, how they feel about black people. They feel like black people in America are definitely a lower class. So they be trying to shit on black people. And black people be like, they be like, nah, we not taking that, You know what I'm saying? And they be disrespecting black people because they definitely don't, they come bring that caste system over to this country. And like, for example, I mean, shoot, my dad was a cab driver, and I remember him telling a story about how some Indian doctor, because he was not he it was this, they have a light above the taxi where if they're on duty the light is on, if they're off duty the light is off. So I think my dad was either off duty or he wasn't taking a ride or whatever, I don't know. The dude, the Indian guy, the doctor threw his coffee on my dad's cab. My dad is he don't have no like I got a lot more chill than my dad. My dad did not have no chill. My dad gets out of his cab, he just literally steals on the dude, just basically lumps him on the ground and gets back in his cab and just drove off. And my dad was like really dark skinned, it's just blue black African, not blue black, but he was dark. He was very dark skinned. But yeah, man, it's those are the things. The differences is India versus China. Now it does help that China does have a very monolith culture or ethnicity because mainly all of the Chinese are Hans. So like through many wars and civil wars in China, they basically all disseminated to Hans, the Hans people in China. So they don't really have that much differences as far as, they do have differences, but they don't have as many differences, like, for example, India, right? They don't have all of these different dominant groups and everything. Mainly everybody is Hans, right? Whereas India, people are all over the place. They got different groups, different religions, and caste systems. So primarily they're Hindu. Indians are Hindu, right? But and they don't like anybody else, right? You're not Hindu. You got Hindus don't like Hindus, and Muslims that probably don't like Christians. They all have differences, that they can't come together on one accord. Whereas China, they basically their government does everything on one accord for the people, for the society. That's why they have these railroads that these high speed railroads that go over 200 miles an hour. And that's why the United States has very similar problems that India has with their democratic system. The United States, like I said before, if you look up the wealth inequality index, let me see here. Let me see here. It's been a minute since I looked up wealth inequality. I guess it's time to do so. I guess I can look that up now. So this is let me open this up here. So this is wealth inequality by country. Okay. As far as the Gini index, right? Let's go. Let me go back here. The map data. So the lower the wealth inequality, the better, right? Okay, according to the Gini index, right? The lower, the better. Okay, so Canada has a better. Okay, actually no, it's saying saying higher. Okay, higher. Okay, so apparently higher. The higher the index, the better. Okay, the Gini index. Let me see if I'm presenting this. Okay, so when you look at Brazil, Brazil is ninth globally on the Gini index. America is 53. Okay. Uh, for example, Canada is actually worse. It's 114 on the Gini index. But let's look at India. India is 91. Okay, so it's worse. It's worse than America, better than Canada. Unfortunately, I don't really know what's going on in Canada. Someone from Canada can probably help me explain that. And then we look at China. China is slightly better than India. Okay, um, not as good as the United States, but let's go to let's see here. Apparently, South Africa is number one as far as the on the index as far as wealth inequality. Well, I think this is actually backwards. I think that it's number one is the worse. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me do some searching because I think I got it backwards. I think that it's number one is like worse. Okay, and then you have okay. Okay. So apparently, no. I was yeah, I was incorrect. So it's actually like it's actually backwards, which it makes sense. So lower score is better. The higher score, the higher score is better. The lower score is worse. So when you have okay, so for example, they saying Slovenia is the best as far as wealth inequality by country. Okay, and then you have these countries here. Like, I mean, I've read many articles about Norway, Finland, the Netherlands, Denmark, right? So you have actually Canada is better than the United States by over half. Okay, um, Mexico is worse than America as far as wealth inequality. That explains why a lot of Mexicans cross the border. Okay, see, you see, it makes sense, right? Wealth inequality. Because see, here's the thing: a lot of people don't tell you this. The reason why the Mexico, the people that tend to come over from Mexico to America are farmers, are poor farmers, a lot of them, because Mexico actually has a pretty stable economy. A lot of it is a narco economy, meaning economy that makes a lot of money through selling basically street drugs, cocaine, heroin, marijuana, which the United States is having a battle as far as federally legalizing marijuana, but I think it will. I think I think it will eventually happen. Okay, when that's going to happen, I don't know, but Mexico has a narco economy, but it does have an economy. They have a lot of plants that are in Mexico. A lot of American companies use Mexico to basically manufacture goods. So, like for example, if you like Oreo cookies, right? Well, Nabisco, Mondelez, Kraft Heinz, whatever you want to call it, they change ownerships, names, all that. But they have a factory in Mexico. Okay, Ford has factories in Mexico. Goodyear, a lot of companies have factories in Mexico, and there's an elite class of people in Mexico, and it was really bad at one time. A lot of people don't know. Mexico actually at one time was like the kidnapping capital of the world, because what they would do is they would kidnap the elite's children and then basically ask for ransom. Because it was just based off of the wealth inequality. And actually, when I looked at South Africa, that's actually what goes on in South Africa. They do a lot of kidnapping in South Africa as well, because South Africa is number one as far as wealth inequality. Okay, so you'll have a better chance of being wealthy in Canada versus America, because the wealth inequality is a lot better in Canada than it is in the United States. So let's go back to India. India is better actually as far as wealth inequality than America and also Canada, but and actually apparently China as well. But China per se, what I was talking about was the communist control that China has as far as their government. But when you go to like Sweden, these countries here, Norway, Estonia, there is much better. Germany is a much better opportunity as far as wealth inequality. Even France, UK. The UK is, you have a 50% higher inequality in the UK versus the United States. All of these countries, so I'll put this in the chat. I'll put this there so you can look at that. But that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about wealth inequality. A lot of people think America is like the best place for wealth inequality. No. And what I was talking about America is, as far as the reason why they don't have high-speed rails, is similar to the reason why India has problems with building up its country. You got people that don't want to have certain things. America has a caste system as well. A lot of what things that they've done that they've done to Black people, which Black people are probably most likely, if there's a caste system in America, Black people are, at the lowest tier of that caste system. And a lot of what the reason why they do certain things like, flood drugs and guns, that also affects black people, but also it affects other people. The other people get the blowback from that, those failed experiments, such as Iran Contra, flooding crack cocaine in the black community in the 80s. Now we have blowback from that, where it's gone into the white community. So, with that being said, it's a thing where bureaucracy and infighting between Republicans and Democrats and all of these different bureaucrats, that they can't decide on funding high-speed rails, on universal health care and all of that type of stuff. Whereas, China, through the authoritarian rule of their government, if whatever they agree upon within a room, that's what gets done. Whatever the government agrees upon, they just get it done. Whatever is best for the people, for the country, the government gets it done. It's almost too efficient. Whereas, the United States, countries like India, they have smoke-filled rooms and argument sessions upon Congress and the House on funding certain government projects and changing laws and opening up, certain accesses like healthcare and stuff like that. Whereas, other countries, don't necessarily have that problem. Like China, right? They don't have those issues. Now, I'm not saying that. So I'm not pro-communist. Okay, I'm not pro-socialist. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, don't take that away from this conversation. What I'm saying is that a lot of times, those governmental interventions kind of help get things done. Whereas, what I'm saying is basically government sometimes can hurt you due to their inability to govern. Whereas other people, other countries, their control over the government can be more efficient at times. If you kind of understand what I'm saying, like sometimes governments, because they have so many choices and they have so many filibustering and bureaucracy, it can hold society back. It can hold the actual people back from having certain things, like, for example, high-speed rails. A high-speed rail that goes over 200 miles an hour, that can get you from LA to Chicago in like less than 10 hours. You know, um, LA to New York in probably less than 24 hours for sure. Less than probably less than probably even 12 hours. Whereas, we don't even, it's all the ingenuity, all of the things that we have. We don't even have one high speed rail. What's going on, bro? What's up? What's up? What's up? You know, we don't even have one high speed rail. So it's like, you gotta think like, I'm just saying, like, it's certain things this, a lot of countries have some form of socialism, right? The United States, of course, has forms of socialism as well. Like, for example, like I said, the government safety nets. Medicare is socialism. Welfare. Section 8. Uh, um, Even the public school system. Financial aid. That's parts of socialism. That's spun into capitalism. It's socialist aspects in American capitalism. Europe is very socialist because Europe does have open healthcare. Like the UK has a public healthcare system. That's basically paid by the taxes for everyone. The taxes pay for everyone, whether if you pay taxes or not. That's socialism. Okay, so when people talk about they talk heavy about socialism. You gotta forget you forgot one thing, that America is definitely has some forms of socialism that is built into it. So you go heavy off the meter, talking about you don't want socialism and all that shit. You already got it. You already have it. It's integrated within this capitalist system in America. You pay for it out your taxes, and it's sad. It's fucked up. Don't get me wrong. I'm Like I said, I'm not pro socialism or communism, because I mean the thing is that you have people that they get government subsidies and they live better than you do. A woman that gets Section 8 and food stamps is probably living better than you if you're making um right 911. I said that earlier. The only way it would not be socialism when you call 911 and the police, like the operator, asks for your taxpayer card. If the 911 operator asks for your authorized taxpayer card for a police officer to be dispatched, then that wouldn't be socialism. That would be more capitalism. Okay. But the fact that they don't do that, it doesn't matter if you got Section 8 food stamps and you call 911, the police is still coming, and you don't even work a job. You don't work at all. You're a single mom. You get Section 8, you get food stamps, and then you get child support. And something happened, you call 911. The police are coming still, no matter the fact that you don't pay taxes at all, they still coming. And that's definitely, like I said, that's definitely socialism. In case you did not know that. You know how I know? Because I moved to Illinois from Illinois to Indiana. Illinois, I've had cats most of my life, and my cat got stuck in the tree, and basically they didn't come out. The Indiana, like, they just don't have money like Illinois or whatever. They did not assist me with getting my cat stuck out the tree. I ended up having to get rid of the cat anyway because it was pissing every fucking where. But I had to pay $300 to pay for a private tree company to get my cat out the tree. Okay. So I had to bypass, I had to have enough money to bypass socialism to pay for a private, company to assist me in the service that I needed to get my cat out the tree. So I hope that helps you explain, that aspect of socialism, and what you have in the United States. So I'm looking for a video, but I don't really know. It's probably so long ago, but in this video, this guy's kind of explaining why they don't have public mandated health insurance, and it's partly due to kind of racist autocrats not wanting black people to have access to health insurance. So because they didn't want black people to have access, that meant that no one could have access. And this is a theory that he said. I'm not 100% definitely makes sense to me, but trying to find that one video. It might be on my favorites or whatever. Let me see if I can look for it. It's just stuff like that. It holds society back. Like that, like the caste systems in India. It holds society back. You have all these these people like caste systems and stuff where you don't want people to have access to. Let's just say, I don't know. I've never been to India. I don't really know that much about India politics and all of that shit. Let's just say it like this, right? What if, and I know the Indian people are smart enough to have a public septic system with public toilets, so on and so forth, right? I do know that. I work for Indian companies. The last company I worked for is an Indian company. I think my new boss is an Indian. Okay. All right. I know the Indian people can do it, right? But what if they don't fucking do it because they don't want the lower class, the Dalits, to have that same access? So because they don't want the lower class, the lower caste system to have access to those toilets, those same toilets, They just don't build them. What if that's the fucking case?
He said take a village to raise a child, but what if the village is retarded?
You know, what if that is the fucking case, that they don't have public toilets and people, everybody's shitting and pissing outside, throwing up outside, and you got to walk through all of this shit and piss because the Indian government, or let's just say Indian society, doesn't want all people of all caste systems to have the same access. That's kind of the equivalent of what America does. They have all of these red tapes and all of these different things to basically make it harder for the average person to have basically what access to wealth. That's why you have the PDT rule, pattern day trading rule. You know, you have to have over 25,000 in an account in order to actually day trade. Yeah, I believe it. I was just seeing a video on how people are addicted to Coca-Cola in Mexico. They're actually addicted to it. I don't know. Soda is very, very bad. Okay, I know we all drink it, and we get you know, you're little boy to a little girl, you know, to an adult. You get comfortable drinking soda. You should ideally you should make your own juice. You should drinking juice is a little bit better. It's not as good, but soda is definitely not good for you. It's literally poison. And actually, this is why a lot of people get sick. Speaking of water, soda and stuff. When you drink soda and also even juice, you literally, because both soda and juice is what is called a diuretic, it basically takes water from your body and it basically absorbs that water. You literally, let's say you have a nice steak dinner and then you have a side of soda with it, right? After that meal, what people don't think because they're just not taught and they don't know, you actually have to drink about 2/3 amount of water to dilute that soda that you just drunk. Same thing with beer, same thing with juice. You have to literally dilute that with water. And that's why people get diabetes. That's why people get strokes. That's why people get heart attacks, because they don't know. They thinking that soda. If you play sports, you already know. You know it's a no not to drink soda. You know when you playing basketball, football, baseball, you know that soda is not it doesn't quench your thirst. You know pretty much you gotta at least drink Gatorade or something like that. You already know that. You know, so it's like when you drink soda, your body gets a chemical reaction that your thirst is getting quenched, but you're actually not getting quenched. It's like the equivalent of you almost drinking salt water. You know, you're literally kind of, low key drinking chemicals and poison. So you literally have to dilute that with water. You know, so it'll fuck you up too. It'll fuck your kidneys up. That's why a lot of people, I be doing a lot of DoorDash, right? And one of the things I notice about doing DoorDash, just one of the many things that I notice. One of the things that I notice about doing DoorDash is people a lot of times when they like over 40, over 50, their body is so fucked up, they can't even drink regular pop anymore because they probably already have diabetes or something. They have to order Coke Zero or basically products with zero sugar. And I'm like, going shopping for them, putting the shit in the bag in the cart. And I'm like, damn, why is a lot of these motherfuckers I order regular food and then they splashing it down with zero Coke with no sugar? It's because they body already fucked up. They body already cannibalized themselves in the 80s and 90s, drinking loads of sugar, sodas and stuff, and they can't even drink it no more, because it'll spike their sugar intake and give them some type of diabetic coma or something. So they can't even drink the shit no more. They, 50 and 60 years old, and then, they can't even enjoy a soda anymore or whatever because they already, body is already messed up. I just heard a live stream a week or two ago. The lead attorney, he said he's recovering from cancer or dealing with cancer. And I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I think when you get older, you can't really process meat like that. A lot of people, that dude rich, like, dude been rich. He's a rich guy, he's an elite guy. So he was talking about Fogo de Chao, going to Fogo de Chao like his lunch, like it's like he's going to Subway. And I'm gonna just say it like this: like, I think when you get older, it's very difficult to process red meats, certain meats. It becomes like difficult. They've already stated. I've never even been to Fogo de Chao. I'm cheap when it comes to food. I don't know what it is with me. I don't I don't like spending a lot of money on food. And I ain't gonna lie, dating sucks, man. Don't go on no date, man, until you already talking about fucking. Do not spend on if you don't get nothing. I don't really talk about dating advice. I don't do shows that much about dating and all that shit. I kind of like stop. Kind of slowly digress from talking about relationships and stuff. But the thing is, if I don't get if you don't get nothing from me, I definitely unreleased a lot of Patreon videos that I had unlisted. I actually listed those just today. But if you don't get nothing from me, man, do not go on no goddamn dates with chicks, man, until you know why you going on a date with the bitch. You want the pussy. You should already be talking about that. Do not spend your money until y'all both comfortable having a conversation about when y'all gonna fuck. And it's like, man, do not spend no $100. Like, when you go on a date, the average date is about $100. Don't waste your money, man. You know, because you gonna go spend the money on a date and you ain't gonna get nothing. Because you jumping the gun trying to meet the broad. Don't do that shit, man. Save your money, man. You can if you want to meet, you can go to the fucking park and talk, while y'all walking around the park or something, man. You ain't gotta go on no fucking date. I'm don't even go to coffee. Fuck that shit, man. Go motherfucking walk around the park or something, man. That shit free. While you can, if it's warm. Even if it's cold, shit, that's what they got coats for and hats. But anyway, man, yeah, when you get older, man, I don't think you could keep processing meat like that. And also I believe meat, man, you used to be able to do that shit, man. Those were the days, man. I remember when Craigslist was like Backpage, man. That's how old I am. Man, I remember I remember when Craigslist was like Backpage. Man, that shit was crazy, boy. Them some crazy times, man. Man, Craigslist is. I got some. Man, I got so many Craigslist stories. I could do a live stream just about Craigslist, man. Craigslist used to be just insane. Like I remember, I tell you, like I used to buy computers and electronics. I still do, but not as much as I used to. I got so many computers, it's crazy. But it was like a time where I used to buy computers basically used, and I would resell them. Like that was what I was doing. And I remember I went on the north side of Chicago, and it was some dude's like basement apartment, and he just had a whole bunch of shit in his like tote. It was like a tote, like a storage tote, and it just looked like a whole bunch of stolen shit. Man, I gave that dude the money, man. I put that shit in my car and I drove off. I was like, damn, this is a hell of a fucking deal, man. All of this shit in a tote with some Mexican dude or Hispanic dude. And there's like a bunch of fucking computers and shit and parts in a tote. Man, that shit was like, I probably made like $500, man. I gave that dude like less than $100 for that stuff, man. It was crazy. But yeah, man, I remember I used to get jobs off Craigslist. Um, I definitely had some adult encounters off Craigslist. I ain't gonna front. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna cap, man. I've I've definitely indulged. I mean, I don't know if they still have Craigslist dating. They used to have Craigslist dating. I ain't really do much with that, man. The most I got with Craigslist was I got some chick that gave me a hand job. We met at a parking lot. Then she just gave me a hand job. I was supposed to meet up with her later, like another time, but I ain't want to fuck with her no more. I think she said she had some problem. She said I don't know what the hell, I forgot, but that was a pretty good hand job. I think she kissed the tip. I don't remember, but yeah, Facebook used to have Facebook dating. Then the chicks, once they canceled the escorts on Craigslist, I think that's the reason why they had to close the Craigslist dating, because the basically the escorts start flooding the dating section. It's like, man, shit. The market, the Craigslist might have closed down escorts, but I ain't closed. My pussy is wide open. So they start flooding the dating section with escort ads. And that was pretty much, Craigslist was like, nah, we just gonna take all of this shit now. But Craigslist is pretty fucking boring now. I mean, it ain't really popping like it used to be. I used to get actual jobs, man, off Craigslist. Craigslist was like my number one go to place for IT jobs, like 2010, 2009, 2011. I mean, it was like the place to go for a job, Then you post your resume, and then I got some weird jobs doing that. All of a sudden I'm selling cameras. Um I'm doing phone sales for CCTV cameras and shit. I'm trying to convince people to buy security cameras, you know. But I mean, it's everything has its peaks and valleys, I guess. But yeah, pretty much Yeah, Craigslist is kind of bland now. You know, it's not really hitting on nothing. But yeah, uh, apparently though, um, that's my theory on why America's got so many issues with trying to get things done. Bureaucracy, not being able to agree upon things, two-party politics, all that shit holds a lot of things back for America. Like your bridge collapsing could be one vote or non-vote away from you losing, your loved one because they can't get the money that's needed for funds to be allocated to repair a broken bridge because the political uh, politicians cannot agree upon things for the greater good of everyone. You know. Ah, hell no. I had no idea, man. I had no idea, man. Yeah, man. I was listening to somebody, I think it's Hood Conservative. They were talking about how men are single, are choosing to be single, and not wanting to date at all. And I'd have to admit, like, man, I kind of understand that. I really understand that. Like, that's it's very understandable. It makes sense. Like, just try to get you some pussy the best way you can. Don't date. You know, um, don't take dating serious. It's like focus on you and your money. Trying to be. I'm gonna be honest with you. Once you get your money up, I mean, I'd say this time and time again. Once your cash flow is running good, like your shit moving like the Straits of Gibraltar, women are just going to be looking at you like like a prime piece of steak anyway. Because if you already look good as a man, like you already look good, you already know you're gonna dress good, you're gonna smell good, and you're gonna be driving good. So women gonna already, they're gonna be you're gonna be pretty much prime rib at that point anyway. So it's like, if you focusing in on women, too much, that shit is a problem. And then, I ain't gonna lie, like, dating and all of that shit it's just, it has a point. I don't know. I think dating might be, it might be a limit. It might be a limit on dating. Oh, what's going on, broski? I just looked up, man. I was talking. Um, what I was gonna say was dating might be an age limit on it. Like maybe after 40, there's no such thing as dating anymore. It's like you've aged out of dating. It's just it doesn't make sense anymore. It's like in my 20s,
Facts.
dating was cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like it was a thing, but I think after 40, I think dating, this is probably the first time you heard this shit from anybody. I think dating has an age expiration. After 35, I think it starts to get silly. You probably, that's why Kevin used to say get a matchmaker or something like that, because it's like I think after 35 the shit starts to get goofy. You know.
I think there's reasons for that. One thing I wanted to say, yeah, you know, you definitely go on Craigslist and you could still get a good, over under. Um,
Wow.
on on the gigs tab, Brody. Trust me. Um, then in terms of the dating shit, yeah. Um, Let me ask a question that might add the caveat to that.
Hmm.
Do you think that's for men, women, or both?
I think it's for both because both are involved. Women just going about it, I think, a little differently because women probably have an easier time dating because women have what everybody wants, but men per se going on dates, I would say more or less what I'm talking about because I think after 35, why it gets goofy is that I think just in general, dating is for young people or younger people. You know, it's kind of like going to the club. Like when you going to the club when you were younger, you had a good time. You was young. You was, you know, having a fun time with the friends, or you was in a club solo. You meet somebody. You might have a one night, you know, situation, and it was fun. When you're doing it after 35, you start to be the older dude in the club. Definitely 40s. You're the oldest dude in the club, or one of them. You start looking goofy, and it's like I think dating is a similar notion to that. And it's just something that just epiphany that went on in my head. Like I'm thinking, like you know, it kind of makes sense. Like I don't know, it was like a light bulb went on my head. I think maybe dating is an age appropriate activity, and I think that's why older people have a harder time dating. Let me ask you a question. Do you think older people or young? Do you think who has more of an issue dating? 35 plus or 18 plus?
35 plus.
Yeah. You
But
know, yeah. Go
I,
ahead.
I want to add some context to that, but say what you were saying first.
No, I was waiting on what you was gonna say because I don't necessarily know. Maybe I could break. I would probably have to brainstorm on why that is. Why older people have a harder time dating. The first thing that I could say is the obvious thing is both parties, men and women, done did everything, as far as relationship wise with someone else. So
Well,
you
so
yeah, so you've already experienced certain things, and
yeah.
it's not like you can go back in the time machine and not do it. Like a woman, if you meet a woman that's 35 plus, she's sexually have done everything that you possibly can think of, if not more.
She
Um,
done had the train. She done scissored. She done.
yeah, yeah, and then also she's already had a few breakups. So
Mm.
this is why you have, certain women that all of a sudden, like let's just say like um what's the old girl that was with P Diddy, and also the not Rosie Perez,
But J Lo.
J Lo. Yeah, like that's what, like you got a lot of chicks that like J Lo, right? And
Mm-hmm.
and the reason why they're like J Lo is, here's the thing with also outside of sex, just relationships and in general. From the time a woman gets, like let's just say 16, she probably had her first breakup. And by the time she gets 26, she's had a period of breakups between that time, or if she's let's just say she had her next major breakup at 26. It's a particular moment where women start to become, they get used to the pain of a breakup, they start to get used to it, and it's no big deal to break up. It's like
Mm,
going to Trader Joe's on Saturday. It's no big deal. They could just break up and it's leave at a whim, and then it's over with. And that's why men get with younger women. That's one of the reasons why smart men get with younger women, because of that notion right there. Young women don't have all of those breakup stories and all of that, because they haven't experienced that. Whereas an older woman, let's just say my contemporary of age, like 40 plus, she's used to breaking up. She's probably got a couple tattoos. She's a junkie for pain. She she
mm.
she knows that pain, and she's been through it. It's no big deal. She can just leave at the drop of the hat. It's no big deal. And I think that's people talk about pair bonding, because after a while, a woman that has so much sex, like let's just say an escort or a prostitute, she loses her ability to pair bond, because sex becomes just a daily activity. It's like no big deal, where also women, I think, kind of similar to what I was saying with pair bonding, is what happens to women with these breakups. They can just easily break up because it becomes repetitive. It's no pain. It starts to be at the point where it becomes, it's no pain. It's not a painful experience. They can get over it relatively quickly, if not with no problems whatsoever. And that's just a situation where, if you're trying to have a long-term relationship with a woman, that's a nightmare, because you're dealing with a gluttonous for pain, that could break up with just a small argument on a Friday morning, and you be divorced by Monday, because you dealt with a chick that basically it was willing to break up relatively easily, because they've already been through it.
So I was going to give you the opposite end of the spectrum. Not on women or men, on both, to be honest. And selling, seeking my creator kind of had touched on it. So I think the reason that 35 plus is more difficult in dating versus 18 plus. So a lot of what you said actually adds deeper context to what I'm about to say. But 35 plus, you're generally looking for something more serious, right? You're generally not even just serious, but solid, right? Because it's like, look, chick, I'm 35 plus, I mean, I might not have had, every chick in the book, but I've had a couple of them. I know
Yeah.
you've had a couple of them too, because we're at an age where, we know we both have had a couple of them. So
Yeah.
what else is there that we're looking at? Am I looking at, what is your 401k like? What, how are your oldest kids? Like, I got a relative who's 40 plus. I'm
Yeah.
40 plus too, but he's like, listen, I'm not gonna date a chick who has little kids, right? Because I don't feel like dealing with little kids. If you got kids, they got to be grown, right? They got to be 21 plus in his book,
Yeah.
right? Um, because he's looking for a certain something, right?
Right.
And so I think the 35 plus, and this kind of goes to what you were saying, is that the dating game seems goofy. Like, for a lot of the complaints that dudes have, it seems like they're still out here trying to be 22.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what? Why are you, 48 in the club popping bottles to Future like that?
Right.
Put on them Uncle 3000s and get behind the grill. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like, so I think that's what makes the game goofy. And then even when, dealing with younger women, right? Again, I'll give you another example. I have a relative, he's almost 50. His daughter was born in 1999.
Mm-hmm.
He's on Facebook often. Oh, I'm heartbroken. This, that, and the third, because the female that he's trying to deal with is the exact same age as his daughter, who was born in 1999.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you're a man of a certain financial being, you
Mm-hmm.
really shouldn't be messing with chicks substantially younger than you, because they're looking at you for, just like you looking at them for their youth and virility and, tightness and blah blah blah. They
Mm-hmm.
looking at you for the paper.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah,
So when it comes out that, you're just the average dude,
yeah.
they ain't like, well, listen, man, you can't even take me to Pound Town like this 22-year-old.
Right,
So, I'm gonna just do me.
right.
Right? And I think one of the major issues that we don't look at, recognize or acknowledge, is that men are very, very emotional beings. We get attached.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see more dudes who, when you catch a woman, panties down in the airport with, Fabio, you ready to go execute the whole airport,
Mm-hmm.
right? The woman might smack fire out of you. She might scratch up your car. She might do something to your stuff. But dudes is taking people. They putting people night night,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta stop fronting like we're not extremely emotional.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. I mean, I think and sometimes I be, coming up with stuff. That's one of the reasons why I like doing live streams. It's kind of like a brainstorming event because there's gonna be more people that probably agree with this when they watch this. That yeah, you got a point, man. This, probably yeah. After probably 30 something, probably 35, you know, probably shouldn't even think about really dating, more or less maybe alternatives such as, like I say, matchmaking. Um because basically the I don't know, I mean, it just it just doesn't it just makes more sense. Because you do know what you want, like you say, you know what you want. She's gonna probably, the other woman is probably, if she's around the same age, she knows what she wants too. She's picky. Honestly, to be honest, let's just go back to who used to pick who, because I've said this before. This whole concept of dating is, what we doing now is less than what, 100 years old for sure. 100, between 75 to 100 years ago, dating as we know it is totally different. We weren't able to date whoever we wanted to. As men, we had to go through the father to a certain extent. If that,
fact.
even to date the woman, we had to go through the father. So now you have women that they have, full choice on who they want to date. So that led to them also being able to have unlimited amounts of sex. It actually, being able to have sex with whoever they want to. And the thing is that I guess the consequences of that is now you have a lopsided society where women get to choose whoever they want to choose, and ultimately that choice could be they don't want to choose anybody as well. you know. And women probably can do that better than men as far as not or not dating or whatever. They could
That's
probably.
because they'll always have access to sex. Somebody will always listen. You could be the biggest sloppy big back, skinny toothpick, old wrinkled whatever woman, and there is some kind of man who will be like, you know what, I could get it up for that.
Right, right, right.
Right? But if you are, a short, fat, ugly, broke guy, will you get some chick moist? Probably. But it's going to be very few and far between. Whereas the most wrinkled, gray haired, no teeth having, crack face looking woman, would you line up 30 guys, 19 of them will still knock it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
You line up, 30 women for that one guy. Look at the pop the balloon.
yeah,
Right? You bring in a guy, I'm 6'4". Oh, I didn't like the outfit, your shoes.
yeah,
Woman will come in there. I, my weave, you got paid for my 17 babies. Well, you know what? That ass kind of fat. Yeah, I'll tell you I'll pay for your 17 babies. If she got 17 babies, she'll probably bust it open for me, and then I won't have to give her nothing. All right, yeah, I'll take her down.
yeah.
Right? So I think that's why it's easier for women. But even back to the politics that you were speaking of, I think, especially as black folk, we got to realize something because, the black folk are the canary in the coal mine.
Mm-hmm.
And something that you said that rang true, that from black people pisses me off about politics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care who you voting for, Trump, Kamala, Mickey Mouse, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have political equity. You have to put your dollars behind the cause. We can't keep going. I want you give us tangibles or no vote. That's literally like going to the steakhouse, right? And saying, "Hi, sir, can I take your order? Yeah, I'd like some food."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What do you want? Do you want? We got steak, lobster, shrimp, blooming onions. You want a salad? No, I'll take some food. And then being upset when they bring you, fried chitlins on the glass.
Right,
Well,
right.
you didn't ask for anything specific, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we have, the situation like you said, the difference between one vote not allowing your family to get a bridge or not, or allowing you to have a bridge in your county so you could go see your family, what have you. I'm
Mm-hmm.
paraphrasing. It
No,
takes.
it's worse. So you don't have a bridge, and then or the bridge collapses and your family falls into the fucking whatever's down below, water or no water,
Mhm.
because some politicians couldn't agree to vote on funding a bridge reconstruction project.
You know where that generally doesn't happen, or who that generally doesn't happen to, is those people who put money in behind those campaigns. Right?
Hmm.
We had people. Obama didn't do nothing for us. What did we do for Obama?
Right.
We voted. The vote ain't what matters, because them campaigns cost money. Right? I use a real life situation here in New Haven. So we had the mayoral election. Right? There was a gentleman by the name of Justin Elliker, who's the current mayor.
Hmm.
I don't particularly rock with him. He's a Democrat. We had another gentleman by the name of Tom Goldenberg. He was an independent, but he was running on the Republican ticket. I got invited to his campaign dinner. I walk up in there, I order a ginger ale, no drink. They were like, "Oh, have a drink." I'll have a ginger ale. Are you a politician? No. Why are you drinking ginger ale? That shit politicians do to fool the fucking public and think they're drinking a beer.
Hmm.
Right? So he says to me, "Listen, Can I count on you to donate to my campaign at least $500? And can I count on your vote? I said, well, that depends. What are you going to give me?
Mhm.
A week later, I get a call from the owner of a high end restaurant out here with a potential of $5 million worth of business.
Mhm.
Right? Why? Because my dollar was held hostage to that motherfucker getting a vote.
Mhm.
Right? He wasn't just like, hey, no voting, no vugging,
Mhm.
you know? And I tap danced. Okay, you got my vote. Now, what are you going to do for me? Because I'm going to hold this $500 hostage until you give me something that I can benefit from.
Yeah.
Right?
The tripped out thing. This is what I found out. I got Chat GPT app on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Um, did you know? Like you already probably know this, but most people probably don't know this. You can't because people think because we have a lot of people have a lottery mindset. We believe one day we can get rich. I played the Powerball yesterday. I mean, hopefully I won. But the thing is this. Let's say you did win the Powerball or something like that. You got overnight. You got millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
You most people think they're gonna whip out their checkbook and then write somebody a check for $1 million or $100,000 or whatever. No, you can't do that. You know why? There is a limit on what you can write as a check. I think it's like the max is like 50 grand or something like that. I don't know. I gotta look at my chat history, but you can only send millions or a million or over if
Wire
it's
transfer.
over a certain amount, like I think 50,000, you have to send a wire transfer.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen? That wire transfer is going to automatically get reported to um, basically one of the federal, probably I don't know, IRS or something like that. And they're going to review where you got this money from. They're going to call you, probably, they're going to investigate, is this a legitimate wire transfer because of money laundering rules and laws.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, yeah, it's stuff like that. Most people don't know. Like most people just they never thought about that. But
I'm gonna beat you in the head with one further. So what you're talking about with the wire transfer, and this is due to the BSA Bank Secrecy Act of 1934, which was then updated in 2001, which was then updated in 2011, I believe, and then updated again in 2017. So everybody knows that $10,000 rule. Oh, you can't travel with $10,000. Just travel with 9,999. Do you know why that was? So
um, no, I
go
don't.
ahead.
I
All
don't.
right. So financial institutions, I don't care if it's Charles Schwab, Chase Bank, TD Ameritrade, Morgan Stanley, E Trade, Bank of America, whoever, your local credit union, the check cash in place. If you did a transaction in aggregate of $10,000, aggregate meaning multiple transactions adding up to over a certain period of time. If within a 12-month period you did financial transactions in aggregate of $10,000, the financial institution was forced to file something on you called an SAR, which is a suspicious activity report. You are never going to know about it, but they are going to write to the IRS, hey, John Smith spent $10,000 over the last 12 months. You might want to check into who, what, when, where, why he getting his money. Signed, Bank of America.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Let me tell you how ill it is now. They've lowered the threshold. So it's no longer 10,000 in aggregate. It's 5,000 in aggregate.
Oh wow.
So, now obviously there's cat. You spend $10,000 in 12 months at Walmart. They know they got a receipt. They see the shit you bought, right?
Yeah.
But if you transfer in and out of your bank within a 12-month period, $5,000,
Mhm.
you're getting an SAR filled on you.
Yeah.
They're never gonna tell you, hey, Mr. Jones, we're filling out. There's some. You're doing some suspicious activity. No, they're gonna. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your business. Have a good day. As soon as that motherfucker fill out an SAR,
Mhm.
SAR is gonna go to the IRS, state and federal,
Mhm.
and then obviously they're gonna look into it and be like, oh, let me pull up his this, that, and the third. Okay, this motherfucker does this, that, and the third. Let it fall off. Or where did he get this $7,000? I don't see no legitimate work history. It says here he works at McDonald's. He'd have to work 24 hours a day for 6 months straight in order to get this kind of money.
Right.
Let's
Exactly.
go investigate, right?
Yeah.
But so that bridge don't get built because we didn't donate to Governor John Q. Customer's um campaign.
Right.
And so now he's going to turn around when he does get in office and be like, okay, this nigga Alonzo gave me $500,000 towards my campaign. If I want to do what a politician's job is, which is not to really make or change laws or affect positivity on people, their job is to get reelected.
Right.
If I want Alonzo to put another $500,000 in so I can spend $20,000 on the campaign and keep the other $480,000, because anything that's donated, if I don't spend it, I keep it. If I want him to continue to make me a millionaire, I got to do something for him. Oh shit, you want to dump uh you want bitches to be on Craigslist? Okay. Hey Craigslist, loosen your rules up a little bit. Here, when instead of okay, look, okay, so you got rid of this part. Let them bitches go on the gig work, and don't flag them.
Or
Mm,
all they had to do was really just verify that, like YouTube, they have 18 plus. You have
Man,
you have to log in and verify that you're 18 plus. I don't know how they do it. I don't really know. Don't care to
man,
even think about it. But yeah, like that's all they had to do was just verify you was adult. But it wasn't no the fact that you was an adult. It was all of the negative repercussions from it. But
yeah.
yeah, it, I mean, whatever. I I really, what I'm saying. I've talked about my, how I look at escorts and stuff. Like I just don't get satisfied from that, man. I'm like ODB, man. Like
Yeah.
you don't want to do that with them.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you don't want to go raw with no escort. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all, nigga. You be scratching.
Yeah, but I
And
mean,
hopefully that's the worst. Cause there's
yeah,
way worse you could do from listen.
yeah.
You heard about the chick in Philly who was running around giving dudes the HIV.
No, no, no.
So there's this chick in Philadelphia who's positive
Hmm.
and body is banging. She
Yeah,
don't look sick,
you can
right?
say whatever just about on this channel. I don't get shit from this channel, and I don't have. You know what I'm saying? It ain't
All right.
nothing like on a like. I mean, it's it's like this channel is kind of pretty much not capitalized and ain't probably gonna get capitalized for
Well, you
any.
use social media for business, not as business. So,
Yeah, yeah, I don't really, I just it's like a funnel. Sometimes I
yeah.
might, get a surprise every now and again. Yeah.
So, peep. So, yeah, she was giving niggas AIDS,
Yeah.
right? She was going, oh, yo, whatever, whatever. Nah, you ain't got to take me, yo. You look good, shorty. Oh, word, yo. You want to smash? Yeah, I'm gonna give you some knob right now. Let's go to the bathroom and fuck.
Yeah.
Word. Nah, don't use no rubber daddy. I like it raw. Alright. Niggas stick it in, thinking stupid as fuck. Next thing you know, yo, I'm not feeling good. Let me go
Yeah.
to the doctor. Hey, Mr. Jones, you got HIV. What?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy because the chicks that got something, you wouldn't even know. Like, I mean, a lot of them look really good, and you wouldn't even know they have an incurable. You just wouldn't know. You wouldn't think about it. Wouldn't cross your mind. But they herping or they got HIV or they got um some type of disease that you don't want, basically.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't even know. And it's kind of fucked up because it's kind of like the chicks that look really good, they get like if they get with too many guys, which can happen easily because a woman that looks good, obviously she can have just about any guy that she pretty much damn near wants. So, like this is what happens, I think, a lot in Hollywood. They get hooked up with, different celebrities and stuff like that. And then next thing you know, they got an incurable,
Mm-hmm.
these celeb motherfuckers. And it's like then there you go. Then they might have to file a lawsuit. That dude, Shannon LeBeau, he had a lawsuit. He gave a broad some hurt, and she filed a lawsuit. I don't know if she won or they got a settlement. But yeah, it could easily happen, and especially a woman that looks really good because um, she could probably go through more dudes than a chick that's just regular, regular
Mm.
chick because she looks so good. But because she looks so good, you wouldn't even think this broad is got the package. You just wouldn't
Right.
think that shit. You know.
Right. Man, I remember when I was living in Brooklyn and I was doing real estate in East New York. It was this chick who came in trying to get an apartment. And this goes back to what you were saying about as a guy when you're chasing your dragon, per se, or
Yeah.
your purpose, right? And you don't even have to be papered up. But if you look like you're going to be papered up, they will throw it at you.
Yeah.
So I had a chick, she was a stripper
Yeah.
and she was in a relationship.
Yeah.
And she used to always come and just try and flirt. And I used to be like, yo, are you gonna get this apartment? Da 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 da. Listen, man, I'm da 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 trying to da 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 da. And she was like, all you gotta do is take this pill. And I was like, I don't need no pill. She was like, yeah, you do. I was like, why? She was like, cause I got da 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 da. I got, the monster. And that's how me and my boyfriend do. And now you see it on TV with a Big Tarvey or whatever. And they're like, yeah, you got to take this pill if you want to engage in the activity with anybody who's got AIDS, and then you can do it. And I was like, first of all, bitch, I'm all the way in a relationship. I ain't thinking about you. Like I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to,
The coochie juice ain't worth the squeeze.
bro. Nah, yo. When I was doing real estate, I don't know if you remember that video I sent. 2 minutes with
Yes,
bad
yeah, I
bitches.
remember it. I remember
That
it.
shit is, bro. I don't know if you heard the fucking the mortgage broker, but she literally said where I got a Craigslist. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's where I got that chick. And
Yeah.
she was like, "Well, let me throw this at you and think you're some dumb simp nigga who about to sign for a $400,000 house."
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of them chicks, man, they adult industry chicks, they got some incurable because they going through a lot of dicks, and they not checking for test and all of that.
Mm-mm.
It's kind of a dark side to that. It's one of the reasons why I didn't want to go in that industry because who don't like sex? I mean, just go in the adult industry. Like I think Ramil, that's what he does. You know, he you know what I'm saying, got all that shit, X videos, all of this,
Yeah.
the bitches, man. I mean, it's
Dear
actually
Lorenzo, right?
it's actually a good way to, if you're single, maybe I would say if you don't got no kids, it's helpful. You could just go in the adult industry, and it kind of will deal with the whole problem of dating. You ain't got to worry about it. You got chicks that you know y'all make an agreement to make videos, and you get basically if a dude started an OnlyFans and he maybe know how to get know how to fuck, basically he could actually resolve the drought problem, or the problem of not getting laid as much, because that's what the
Yeah.
problem is. You got a lot of men that, and I think that's why a lot of men are simps, because they going through situations where they're not getting laid. You know,
Mm.
it's situations where some men they not getting laid, they're single, so they're not getting regular sex. They're not in a relationship, so again they're not getting regular sex. Well, I guess basically if you go be a man whore and start a OnlyFans, that'll deal with their problem, because basically you can. It's kind of like it kind of like kill three birds with one stone, because you can get laid, then you get money off of OnlyFans, because if you market it properly or whatever, which the only way you really can is Twitter, maybe other avenues, but I don't know. But basically, you can get some people to sign up to your OnlyFans, you'll make money doing that, and then the money that you make, you could pay the chicks to more chicks to collab with you, and
Mm.
you dealing with, it's like you know what I'm saying, you getting your itch scratched, and you making some money, you making some chicken scratch or whatever.
But see,
But
here's what the issue
but
comes into
but
play
you
with
taking
that.
a
Go ahead.
risk. You taking a risk because unless you gotta really verify each chick before you show
Mm.
that she's not got the package.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But here's also the issue with that. Like, so I don't know. I told you I had been to some lifestyle parties,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And there were stars there, like ones that you would know,
Hmm.
right? Um, like the white girl Sarah J.
Yeah.
Um, you know, Kelly Rain, um, Candace Vaughn,
Hmm.
right? Like there was some real life people there,
Yeah.
right? And like I had conversations with them, right? Because when you go to these parties, it's not just immediately. It's
Yeah.
not like the films,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? Like you actually got to kind of get to know these people and sit and talk and drink and drug and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they'd be like, "Okay, I've done enough substance. Let's get loose."
Yeah.
Right? But like, and there were male stars there too.
Hmm.
One of them who died, D Wise, right? Dominico, couple of them, and like they was like, "Bro, I get tired of this shit. Like I don't even feel like being here. I don't want to work." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they was like, "This is work, man. This isn't for
Yeah.
pleasure, nigga. I'm paid to be here, but I don't even want to do this shit."
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah. I
"What?"
can imagine the men as above, so below. the men would have the same issue, like sex becomes a repetitive task. I want to even say it might be more in depth, but it might be, it kind of, this is kind of what they were saying, and I, I appreciate you for coming on that one joint I did with Diddy. That shit started doing numbers. I was like, damn. I was like, man, shit. I was like, damn. Well, maybe I should just start paying this dude to come out with some compensation package. I mean, they really liked that video for whatever reason it took off. But the thing is, I mean, I'm sure you had something to do with it. But the thing that they were saying with
Nah,
Diddy.
it wasn't me. That was Diddy.
Oh yeah, probably yeah, most likely yeah, because there was a trending topic, right? So
Yeah.
like basically what they were saying with Diddy was kind of what you saying with the porn star dude, like and I, other people were talking about this too, and I have my thoughts about it as well, and I agree. What they're saying, it kind of goes back with the money too. Like let's say you worth over $200 million, and you kind of just you're not, you got a more appetite, other than just your main woman or whatever. So then you start having mistress or whatever, right? It's get boring. I want two mistresses. Then you start having like threesomes and shit, and then it's like, man, it gets bored. It's like drugs, right? Like you want something high, you want to get a higher high, right? So
Mm-hmm.
then you like start having orgies. Then you like, nah, man, fuck this shit. I want to have let's have sex Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what Diddy was on. Like he was pushing the envelope of pleasure. Like an average man is just, he's grateful as hell to just get some vanilla pussy. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
not actual vanilla pussy. I mean, speaking of which, that's what I just recently had, but um, not when I say vanilla, I'm just saying regular sex,
Plain bland, yeah.
plain Jane, intercourse, whatever. Average man is happy to get that, man, because the average man ain't getting none at all, hardly, so um, they had the idea of having multiple women and threesomes and all that type of shit is just way beyond most people's understandings, thoughts or whatever. So it's like, the thing is that that was what Diddy and a lot of dudes like that have these experiences, they pushing the envelope of what can I do next, and it kind of goes into like, you just trying to get a different experience. You want to, where does it stop is the question, type of thing. And I kind of, man, I don't know, I have my theory of it is that some of these guys, I think that's why they go start fucking with dudes, because they just get tired of like like I think they get tired of women, because it's like, okay, all right, you get a fine ass model, right? Skinny model. Then you get the thick model. Then you get like a voluptuous model. you know, then you get like a regular, just undiscovered woman. It just looks so good. She's like a dime. You getting dimes. You getting dimes and nines. Then
Mm-hmm.
you like you having really good. You might have a baby or two. Then it's like you just got a whole bunch of women. It's like, I think some of them dudes just be like, man, fuck, I'm bored with this shit, man. I don't know. Like, I think some of them just kind of like just they just start, I don't know, going with the opposites, still the same sex or something, just to, because they didn't had a lot of experiences or something. They get, I don't know, man. That's just a theory, because Most
I
guys,
wouldn't say you too far off, bro.
yeah, because
Like,
most guys don't have that experience. They just don't. They don't have that.
I learned a lot from being at them parties, bro.
Yeah,
Right? Like, you know, um, what's her face? From the Manosphere. What's that chick? Sister George.
yeah,
She had what's his face? Wesley Pipes up. And the
yeah.
dudes was asking, Mo, how can I get in the industry? This, that, and the third. I spoke to dudes at the party. They was like, listen, as a black male artist or performer, you don't make a lot of money. The women make way more money per scene,
Yeah.
right? And he said, you know how we make the most money? Yeah, G4P.
Wow. Damn. I
I don't
heard
know if you know what that is. I
gay
could
for
say it
pay.
on here.
Gay for pay.
Yeah.
Mm.
They was like, that's the highest paid category in the
Mm.
adult film industry.
Yeah. You
I
know,
was like, what?
I heard I heard like it was Ricky when Ricky Lake was on in the like 90s.
Hmm.
It was some dudes on there that said that like they do that to make a living in porn. Um, they basically have gay sex scenes for money, and they said they were not gay. Like, yeah, I remember that. Just like, yeah, they were
Yeah.
talking about that back then. Yeah,
It
uh,
was like, bro, if we want to make the most money, we got to do G for P.
that's. But you know what? I mean, it's tripped out. But if you notice, name any like them chicks you mentioned, Sarah J. Most of them, Tiana Trump, most
Hmm.
of them are they licking pussies,
Yeah.
pussy lickers. So they gay too. They gay. They're literally they bi basically. And
Most of the adult film star women prefer to be with women. They just sleep with men for the money.
yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, like I don't really like women that
For the women.
yeah, I really ain't into it. And that's I mean,
I like women who like women that fuck with me, right? But I don't need them fucking with each other. I need them fucking with me.
yeah, I don't really like chicks that and a lot of chicks are into that. And because it's acceptable, it's intriguing, it's that's an actual porn niche that a lot of people watch, men and women obviously. Um and yeah, it's not taboo at all or anything. It's socially widely acceptable, but it ain't necessarily my cup of tea. But a lot of women in porn is bi. Nobody really talks about that shit. But yeah, like the dudes, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, if they doing that for money or whatever, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't, that I don't know, but I
So
don't
I'll
know
put it to
nobody.
you like this.
Yeah.
In a regular scene,
Mm,
a BBC might make $2,000 for being a bull,
yeah.
right? Whereas in a G4P scene, he might make $10,000.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So you're like, damn.
Hmm.
And see what the finished product ain't what actually goes on. The finished product is after mad editing and this, that, and the third. And bro, they be having to be there all fucking day. And a lot of times they don't like each other,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So you be seeing them, oh, John, yes, and then as soon as they say, get your fucking nasty ass off me, you piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got a homeboy who films it. That's
Uh,
another reason I know so much.
yeah.
Like he's personal friends with Misty Stone and Sky Black.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And he was like, "No, she's not bi. She's a straight lesbian."
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But every time you see her, she's sucking dick.
Yeah.
And guess why? Because that pays her the most.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's a crazy world,
Yeah.
bud.
Most of them bitches, her, Monroe Sweets, fucking Pinky, Victoria Cakes.
all pussy,
Um,
all pussy lickers.
yeah. Now, one who likes men is Mariah Mills, but she actually likes white men. I used to see her in Soho all the time. Well, NoHo all the time,
Hmm.
right? North Houston is what they call it in New York,
Hmm.
right? I used to run across a lot of stars in New York,
I'd imagine. Yeah.
right? But believe it or not, they're more in California because it's easier to film out there. But a lot of them live in New York and Pennsylvania. Well, New York, New Jersey, and
Hmm.
Pennsylvania,
Hmm.
right? And they come like what's that? Stacy. I can't remember the damn girl's name.
Stacey Dash.
Um, no, no, no. It might be Stacy Cash. I
Oh,
can't remember her name.
oh,
But oh yeah, no, not just a regular actress, but an adult film actress, right?
oh,
There's very few of them who are heterosexual women.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
most of them are lesbians,
yeah. That shit
and
like the WNBA, man. Oh,
yeah, they all got liquor licenses,
yeah, it's crazy.
and they if you approach them on some listen, I make $1 million, and I'm a stockbroker on New York Stock Exchange. Oh, really? Yeah. $1,500 plus you got to fly me out and pay for my hotel.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now, most of them chicks they fuck fans.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. They like Tiana Trump. She used to charge like 1,500. Uh,
yeah.
yeah,
Sky Black too.
yeah. All of them, like most of them, even if
Yeah,
they married, they it's crazy.
yeah. They
People
and
act
they
like
be like, you
money
got to
ain't
drop
no
a
big
bag.
thing, but people, you know what? When people say money ain't no big thing or whatever, I always remember this, and it just remember. I remember recently because I had did some traveling earlier this year. I went to Minnesota for the Vikings Chicago Bears game, and then I went to the Dominican Republic. And I never forget watching the flight attendants. Okay, it's one thing, I'm flying and anything can happen in a plane. Plane crashes is usually deadly, and it's like these people are risking their lives every day, to make whatever they're making, flying all across the world, the United States for paper. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a dude. Whatever, if you ever seen like an electrical tower or uh, you know, the antenna, it's some dude that has to climb that. It's like
Right.
it's so many things that people, what people do for money, man. It's like, kind of like one of those. It's like dangerous jobs or whatever. Like, most people don't think about like a flight attendant is a dangerous job, but it is. Like, man, that plane, it's more of an occurrence that a car accident will happen than a plane accident, but shit, the plane accident ain't nothing you want to be in either. And it's like, yeah, they risking their life, man. Flying back and forth all the time. That's what they're doing there on planes up in the air, routinely. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, people is crazy talking about money ain't. Not saying I'm gonna suck a dick for $8,000 extra. Nah, fuck out of here. But you know, it's some people that do that shit. Man, it's niggas in the hood in Chicago that will put in work, will go get the tools and shoot somebody up for $500. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hell, the dude that killed Young Dolph, they
Yeah.
they only got $800 for that.
Yeah.
That's you know what I'm saying? Like,
What's
um,
worse, bro, is so they got this thing called, I think it's a thug catcher or something, where these homo white dudes go around and they run up on the thuggest ass thug gangster killer triple OG gang bang my set ass nigga,
mhm,
and they catch them in some compromising positions. White boy gives them, hey, listen, I'll give you $200, bust it open. And these gangster killer triple OG super set gangster super thug KKK kryptonite blood sport ass niggas
mhm,
is taking it.
mhm,
And then white boy is like, all right, let me go around the corner and get your money. Nyung, and taking off. I think this shit is on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube.
mhm, mhm.
And then and they be like, oh, we got our next victim.
It's called what? It's
I
called
think it's called Thug Catchers.
Thug Catchers. This is crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, the thug is associated. Uh, this shit looks scripted like a motherfucker.
What? Are you looking at it now?
This shit looks scripted. Wait, hold on, man. I don't really like that the homoeroticism, but you know, you know, entertainment is entertainment, I guess.
All right, dude.
Let's see what this shit is. This shit looks, it looks kind of like, it looks kind of.
Oh, Thug Hunter. Okay.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful. Come on, go ahead, let's go quick, dude. Come on. Come on, Max. You gotta fucking get on this shit, dude. All right, I'm with you, dude.
So this is like a porn or something. It's actually
I
a
don't know.
porn. It's a clip.
I don't
'Cause it
know.
looks like a
I
porn.
ran across it
Ghetto.
doing because I was purging my algorithm from a lot of the
Nigga shit.
you know nigga shit.
Uh,
And as you said, what happened was I was watching a lot of what they call TCAP, to catch a predator shit, where
uh,
niggas is getting caught going in after underage girls or whatever, or underage people. And then this shit started showing up in my algorithm.
uh, uh, this is crazy, man. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. Um, it looked like kind of like ghetto gaggers, like on some ghetto gagger shit.
It might be.
But this is what this reminds me of right here. This song, this I think it's a dude that plays this shit a lot. Um, Truism.
Ooh, ah. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, na, 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 na. Do it. Well, all right now.
Wait, is that?
Wolf.
This is exactly what it said.
I know that you're unhappy. You're a light stuck in a shadow. Busy being too damn aggro. Do you really care if they all know? There's so much happening. There's no shame in who you wanna be or Don't be with it, your fantasy, but turn it into reality. You're worried about your family, scared of what you think they'll say. Let's leave opinions in yesterday and go live in ecstasy. These conversations with feelings you don't. This isolation is. Let me explain this to you. Niggas can be gay too, whether you like it or you love it.
What the fuck?
Right, exactly. That's what that shit reminded me
Yo, listen, do what you want, but goddamn, son. Yo, that's the type of laughter that needed to come out. Wow.
That's crazy, boy. Thug hunters. Man, that's some wild shit, boy. That shit don't come up on my algorithm, thank God. Now it is. Now I gotta.
Now you gotta clean out your algorithm.
I gotta do a cookie cleaner, man. I actually made a program. I made a program that, like, for it's a toolkit that it cleans your browser, all the cookies, just does a bunch of shit to make your computer faster and deletes stuff, backup data.
Word.
I gotta perfect it a little bit, tweak it, but yeah, I'm gonna have to use that program to clean my cookies out again, man. I actually clean my cookies out like probably man, or at least I probably have to do. No, it's not in your browser. Wait, it's part of your cookies, but it's associated with YouTube, what you watch. So shit, might have to go to YouTube and do some scrubbing.
Like I said, that shit came up in my algorithm because I was watching motherfucking TCAP. And there's a lot of niggas who, when they do the TCAP, them niggas go on and they go after underage boys.
Yeah.
Right? You got the perverts who go after the underage girls, but then you also got so all that shit is in my algorithm, right? Like I watch EDP 45, so they got this other nigga who they call EDP Watch.
Yeah.
Right? They got CPP Colorado Ped Patrol.
Oh, okay. It was some dude. Was that is that guy, was he in Detroit or something? He used to go
Probably
around,
talking about Skeet Henson.
yeah, he used to go around and smack up pedos. And
yeah, he got killed, right?
Yeah, he got killed. One of them pulled out the jammy and smoked him.
Yeah. He was in Detroit.
Yeah.
But yeah, he took it a little far because he got physical with them.
Yeah, I think he beat him up. I think it was more than smacking him.
Most of these niggas, what they do, so there's this one nigga who's an MMA fighter. And he runs up on him. And if they get physical with him, he's an MMA fighter. So your average dude can't really hang with an MMA fighter. Even though he's not the biggest, most brolic motherfucker, he like 5 foot nothing.
Yeah.
Right? And 100 pounds soaking wet. But that nigga get you in the rear naked and you gonna tap out. I don't care if you 7 feet, 350 pounds.
Right.
He's going to choke the life out of you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Your average.
They said that the Catch a Predator, one of the reasons why it was canceled, because, well, it was a couple reasons. One, it was too many white dudes that was getting caught that was embarrassing. And the second, they said, was people that were higher up, like police officers, some politicians, like clergymen. It was they had to they just shut it down, you know. But I guess it ain't nothing stopping somebody from basically finding or just kind of, I don't know, however they do it, just starting some type of operation. I mean, you gonna make money because you're gonna get views because that's
Yo, they
it's like
did this one where they like I said, because they was cutting on EDP 445, the big YouTube black nigga who's a pedo.
mhm.
So they was like, oh, we're giving out a Corvette to the 445th person who comes into this park. And that's how they be catching pedos. Oh, we're giving you a Corvette, we're giving you a Lambo.
Mhm.
And they would just drive that nigga to the police station in the Lambo.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It ain't hard to do. Like, it's one of those niches. You will get a lot of views. You'll make money, and then you be helping out society. But I mean, it's risky, of course. But I mean,
That's why I would not do nothing like that without a blicky.
yeah, yeah.
Because I'd be like, look, son, try to run, I'm gonna
I
plug you.
I thought about it like I would have a bulldog, a pit bull or something with me.
Mm,
That way, I have a canine unit.
word.
You know what I'm saying?
Try to run, nigga. You can't outrun this dog.
No, you ain't gonna outrun it. And before you pull that blicky out, he's gonna be on your fucking hand chewing on it like a
Facts.
like a toy. So,
Facts.
but I mean, I don't know, man. Some people just they brave and they willing to do shit like that. It's a lot of little niches. Like at one time, I used to watch um dudes like they would dive in ponds and rivers,
Mm.
and they would find like dead bodies in cars and stuff. And then
I seen some of that shit.
yeah, like it's YouTube is wild, man. It's got a lot of crazy shit on it that you just get lost. Like
Bro,
I'll be like a 3-year-old.
I used to watch this shit where these niggas would go ratting. So they would take like like a air rifle,
Man, I was just gonna tell you that's what I was just watching. I'll be watching that from time to time.
and where they shoot the rats.
In a farmhouse or
Mm-hmm.
factory.
Yeah.
I used to
There's
watch
this
it.
one called FBI. Fuck being infested,
Mhm.
and you could send him a request and be like, "I want you to double tap a rat in the head and call him Bob from accounting."
Oh man. It's this one dude. He you probably saw it. He kills the rats and he let me see if I can find that video. He basically calls it when he shoots the rat in the ass, he
Mm-hmm.
calls it a Texas enema.
Yeah.
I mean, and he has a sound effect where he basically it's a cowboy or something. But
Oh
man, that
shit.
shit is like amazingly entertaining. I don't know why, but I could just watch that shit for hours, man. I found it's weird, but
If you like that shit, right? I'm gonna put you on to something else. So they have like these rat trap setups in like in these third world countries,
yeah.
right? And what they do is they set up the rat traps, and some of them will be non-kill, some of them will be kill.
Mm.
I like to kill ones because I like to hear the rats scream in agony.
Yeah.
But they'll set down sticky traps. They'll put some sunflower seeds on and they'll just tape it for hours. And I'm like, yo, where the fuck are these people living that you got like 400 rats every day?
Yeah. Yeah. The one
Right?
they'd be on a sticky trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
And so they get on the sticky trap and they be like, squeak, squeak, squeak. And then you see them like breaking their back because they trying to get off the sticky trap. Then the other rat come to try and help them and it gets stuck on the trick sticky trap. And then it'd be like 50 rats stuck on the sticky trap. Squeak, 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 squeak. And then you see the blood coming from their body because they trying to pull off and their ears and their appendages get. I'm getting too excited about this shit.
Yeah. I'm thinking. I know. I had to subscribe to that shit because it was one of them. Damn. It might have been on the other channel because I got a couple channels, but that dude, man, he probably one of the best ones because he got all of these ad libs and they're funny as hell. And when he catches a rat start like breeding with the other rat, he plays 50 Cent. Number one rule is don't fall in love or some shit.
Oh shit.
It's like I'd be like, man, this dude really is cold, man.
I'm gonna have to watch me some rat shooting tonight. Cause I like when he shoot him in the head and they start dancing.
I'm gonna find that video and I'm playing it on here.
You ever seen the dude that goes iguana hunting in Florida?
I think I saw one or two of them. Yeah.
The ones I don't like is when they hunt like cats and foxes. Cause I'd be like,
yeah. I don't. It was one video because it was coming on my algorithm. It was a dude in Australia killing cats, and I ain't never watched that shit. Pull that shit on because I'm biased against that shit. But you know what?
Cats.
I think that fucked them up because they had a real. I think this is the one. They had a real bad infestation of mice. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And it was, and I think that the fact that they was killing cats had something to do with it. Because the cats will kill the mice.
Yeah.
So they had a real bad infestation in Australia. But yeah, they've been killing a lot of cats. This the dude right here. This dude cold right here, man, with the ad libs and shit.
I gotta see this shit.
I could watch this shit for hours. I swear to God, man. That's like when you said it, I was like, damn, that was exactly what I was thinking, man. I be watching the coyote videos sometimes, but not really. But mainly rats, killing rats. I got an air rifle.
Warning. This video contains images of feral pests being shot using a rifle of suitable caliber. Please do not watch if you are likely to be offended.
Air rifle.
Furthermore, if you make any comments that are either negative, political, or religious.
Damn, you gotta watch the one where the nigga go hunting with dogs. So he gets dogs to hunt the rats. These dogs be fucking these rats up.
I'm subscribed to him too. Mink. He got mink and shit.
Yeah, minks.
Yeah. That's how them old pornos in the early
Facts.
Music
with the bad hairdos and the porn mustaches.
Yeah.
Finally got back to editing, and I hope to be doing it more often.
Let's go.
This little bird just didn't want to go down, but he quickly succumbed to a well-placed shot.
I want to get to the rat. Fucking birds, I don't give a shit about.
That shit
The
is
shot
so
choice and
satisfying.
placement on the next couple of rats had to be precise, as there was an electrical cable hanging down in front of me, so I didn't want to hit that.
Some of them air rifles though is expensive as hell.
This nigga be going for headshots.
They be going in the thousands. They be more just as expensive as
As a
regular
real
rifles.
gun. Yeah.
Headshot.
Damn, he took his off. Jeez. Damn, he took that whole. He cannibalized his head.
Yeah.
God damn, I never. That was the worst one I probably ever seen. Like,
Yeah, I ain't never seen
video
somebody head get clean blown off like that. A rat head get clean blown
No,
off
I
like
ain't
that.
never seen that one. That was the first time I ever seen that shit. That's crazy. My rifle ain't that damn powerful, I don't think.
Yo, you gotta check out this nigga FBI. That's their nervous system.
Start playing club music. When it start doing certain things, it say, "Here come the chopper." It's like, "We got a
We got a bleeder.
bleeder." When it starts spinning his tail like real fast,
Yeah.
they say, hit,
Get to the chopper.
yeah, get to the chopper." Dead head
Damn.
in the middle.
This nigga a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
That other one was like,
It
what the
still
fuck
amazes
happened?
me how dumb these rats really are. After the first shot, you think the second rat might have taken cover.
You seen your
But no,
homie
he
get
just
shot.
stood
He
there,
just right
waited
there.
till I reloaded, and took the next pellet.
They don't have no concept of death. That's what that is. Like,
Yeah, they're not afraid of it.
because it's nothing really killing them.
Yeah.
It's probably no cats hardly. And some cats are not. They don't even. They
Well,
don't
we
have
don't get
any
them often, but a good headshot
predatory instincts.
results in a helicopter rat.
They don't even do nothing to them. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yo, you gotta check out FBI. Fuck being infested.
Oh, FBI.
Yeah. That nigga's commentary. This nigga is just laying about.
FBI. Rat Squid. Oh, okay.
It's a jumper.
Let me see. Let me see if I can. If one of them. I want to get. I want to see one of them trying to breed, so he can play 50 Cent. And then I'm gonna play. I'm gonna pull up that. I found the FBI. Here.
Yeah.
I've ever seen that.
That nigga should be funny as hell because he'd be like, this is for Bob in Australia
Oh,
shooting Sarah from accounting.
oh,
And then he like shoot him in certain, like he'll shoot him in the balls, shoot him in the side, shoot him in the head.
That one headshot though,
Yeah,
that's
that shit was
worse than
crazy.
everything I probably watched. And that was 4 months ago.
This guy decided he
This
wanted his
video
fair
4
share of
months
screen
ago.
time, so he put on a
I
little
haven't
show
watched
for
his
us.
videos in a minute, so I missed this one. And I ain't never seen nothing so gruesome.
Yeah,
A
I ain't never
fucking
seen
head.
somebody take their head clean off.
Yeah, I ain't never seen that shit. But I just want to see one of them try to make. I know it'd be one or two of them in every video. You gotta see this shit.
He said I was gonna watch Midway. This is wild.
Right in the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, it's leaking. His eye socket is leaking. Hell no. Hey, what happened in New York, man? They hired some rat czar.
Shit,
And
if I know, man, I ain't.
yeah, ain't
I'm
really.
trying to distance myself from New York. New York ain't what it once was.
Mm.
Oh, oh, I gotta follow this nigga.
Mm. Mm. He just watching like. You say how bad is Brooklyn and New York post COVID?
So New York postcode is.
Get in the hole!
Post COVID is a different world, Joe. Like, it, first of all, COVID was spreading like fucking like rats.
Yeah,
Miss me.
Yes, I do miss on occasion, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
they chilling in a poison box.
Yeah.
Is there a lot more immigrants
I
in New
hate the
York now?
world,
Yes.
and it's
Well,
all my fault.
no, not really. It always was heavily immigrant.
But on the wall.
So
Man,
you can't really tell.
COVID, and them videos in New York. I still, when I think about it, that shit was nightmarish. The body bags and stuff.
Yeah. But that's all the big major metro areas were like that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Man, I want to catch them, man. Breed, man. That shit's mad funny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can find one. So, um,
Here you go.
Rule number 5.
oh,
Show no love.
yeah,
Love
that
will
was
get you
it.
killed.
Hold up. Let me play that shit again. Well, hold. Rule number 5. Yeah.
Just when you was like, I gotta find one, and nigga said, here you go.
Rule number 5. Show no love.
Rolling on the 5. Show no love. Yeah, man, this dude, he's pretty good, man. I ain't gonna lie. Let me watch this.
Word.
Forget being infested.
Yeah. Oh, forget me. I thought it was fuck being infested.
Forget being infested. Um, YouTube probably. He couldn't put.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see what he talking about. This is 2 months ago. Oh wow, he zooms in. His zoom is like.
What you looking at, Willis?
He said, "What you looking at, Willie?"
Yeah.
He turned that motherfucker into a chinchilla.
Yeah, his zoom is crazy.
Yeah.
Double dose.
That's a female.
Yeah. But it'd be funny because he'd be shooting the males dead in the nuts. Right there.
He just did that. That's nasty as hell. Shit coming out his balls. It's gruesome.
I'm mad that we sit here enjoying the shit out of this.
We morbid than a motherfucker.
You usually try and catch them right between the. Yeah. You see how high powered that shit took the rock, the cement away.
Yeah. Them things will kill you. Some of them air rifles,
Yeah.
they'll kill you. Like they got some of them like they go so fast. And then they got 25 caliber, 22 caliber, 177 caliber. And
What happened, George?
yeah, let's just say this. I wouldn't want to get shot with one. Not even my rifle.
Get your ass out of my
I
face.
killed two of the groundhogs with gut shots.
Mm.
One shot and they were dead.
You could tell his shit powerful. It could ping.
And then the ones they got, they got one of them rifles that's like a couple grand, 1,500. My rifle was like $188. They got
Yeah, nah. Some of his setups is like $3,000.
Yeah, they got rifles that they hunt deer with. They can hunt deer. It's air rifles that'll shoot down a fucking bear.
That's why they're so expensive, because nobody would hear you take the shot.
Hey, George. Is it safe? Yeah, come on out. It's fine. Liar.
It's safe? Yeah, come on out. It's crazy. Ah, man, ain't nobody else watching reacting to no shit like this.
Yeah, niggas is reacting to Diddy.
But I'm too morbid asses.
This shit is hilarious, son.
Yeah, this shit is wild, man. Like Speaker of My Creator said. This is what I watch though, sometimes. When I get tired of that bullshit,
yeah,
like some shit like this, man. I have my moments.
Hey, what's all the commotion out here? Crap.
But the fact that he shoots them in the balls, that's crazy. I never seen no shit like that. That's just wild. Shooting them in the
Freeze the crowd. Hey, fellas, can I come out and play? Sure.
And then he's catching them all in the same spot.
Yeah.
There you go. Come Come on out, you egg-stealing bastard. Okay, you egg-stealing bastard.
There's like 5 of them niggas just right there.
Shoot them all, Davey. Shoot them all.
Chicken just watching. The chickens will eat them motherfuckers if they can get close to them.
Yeah. But them motherfuckers will eat the chickens too.
Yeah, they'll eat the hell.
Alondro and Angela, you're at embassy. Snot locker.
See? Yeah, there you go. Snot locker. Snot locker.
Yeah, they're all them bodies.
Yeah.
Pete, Shropshire, tree rat that keeps evading you. And his mate. Stefano, your ex-wife, is returning your kids against you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Enough.
Fuck. That's wild.
That's why I love this, because nigga be like, yeah, and then he be shooting them extra times.
So people comment like what they want
Gordon
him to
from
say.
Western New York.
He says
Alec, he owes you money.
Said, Alec, he owes you money.
Deadbeat. John from Albany, Canada, Blair.
Damn, Blair. Hell no.
You see why I like this shit, son?
Yeah. Peanut, they owe you about $900.
Sam from Minnesota. Your ex-boss, Callie.
Bobo the plumber.
Sam
that
from Minnesota. Your ex-boss, Callie. Ooh. Wreckage.
Boom.
John, you wanted a Texas. That was your Texas for
Texas Emma.
jacking techs, corporate cops, pain in the ass for 4 years.
Texas Enema.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, big ass nuts.
He's all stoved up. Greg from Delaware, ex-wife Lisa.
Damn. That's crazy. He don't really like Lisa.
Michael Bullock, corrupt cops.
Damn.
Double tap. I like when he double tap him.
Watchmen in Wales, UK, Gene and Gary. And we got a dripper. Dennis in Florida, you said any rat? Oh, he took it.
You got to pay him for his part, though, for him to shout out who you want him to kill.
Done.
Oh.
Pete in Newfoundland, Canada, Justin.
But you could just send him like $1.
$1.
And out of use.
Where is he located?
I'm not sure.
Lori, anxiety and depression sucks. Not as bad as that, but I feel for you.
Nigga said not as bad as that.
In South Carolina, your son Josh's coworker. He wanted it in the nuts.
In the nuts. Damn.
There he is. He's grabbing his nuts.
Damn. He had to shoot him again because I guess he didn't need his nuts. I mean,
Juan, you wanted a one-eyed rat from San Jose? How about if we try to make you one? Juan, you wanted a one-eyed rat from San Jose? There you go.
Straight in the eye.
It's a leaker.
Damn. Crazy.
Oh, he's still got two eyes.
You made him a third eye.
Bruce,
Nah,
from Alberta, Canada, cancer killed your wife. Texas.
Got him with Texas.
You sound like he in America.
Yeah, nah, he in the States.
Andy from the UK. Jerks trying to close Laguna Seca.
That other nigga was like, oh shit, wait, what happened? The nigga got a 3-piece.
Going.
3-piece. Man, I'll be watching this all day, man. I can't watch this.
Yeah, let me. Nigga said I'll be watching this shit all day.
But yeah, I mean, shit. I'll be watching that and the boars. Them killing them boars, man.
Yo, the boars though, that shit is gruesome because them boars will come after you.
Yeah. Hog hunting.
Yeah, you got to have real bullets for that, not no air rifle, nigga. Or you got to have the real powerful joints.
Yeah. They be using this dude using an arrow.
You seen the one? You check the guy in in Florida with the iguanas, son. That shit is wild.
Right.
I swear to God, it's like the Florida iguana hunter or some shit. That nigga. And he funny as shit with his. I ain't know you watch the minks though. Them niggas, yo, them dogs. Oh, this the boars, right?
Yeah, he using an arrow. I mean, it's a high performance arrow though.
All right, so I was just getting ready to pull into this community.
I don't want to hear no talking.
That's just like the porno, nigga.
Right
Bitch,
now,
I don't care about that shit. Put this dick in your mouth.
Blocking my shot.
Right. I wouldn't do that shit though. What he doing?
Now, I knew how many hogs were at this location, and I was really trying to target the lead sow. I hear the bushes moving to my left, and I know that's her. If I can shoot this lead sow, these pigs will be very easy to trap.
Those look like domesticated pigs. They just escape. It would take them a minute, I think, to grow them stuff.
Yeah.
Wild boars. Oh, you got that one. Yeah, but you said iguana hunters.
Yeah.
Iguana.
The Florida iguana hunter. Yep, there it is.
This dude.
I believe, yeah, that nigga right there.
What a squad. Look at him bowing up. Oh, he's out to
that looks like Godzilla a little bit, yeah.
I hope you ate
Yeah,
your
for
Wheaties this
real.
morning, Otto.
Oh, this a different nigga. Yeah.
Rolled them. Let's go.
There's another nigga who do it too, but now that I see this, I'm gonna look up Python Cowboy.
Good boy. All right, y'all. Today I'm heading out and I'm hitting a city-managed golf course. They
Yeah, the
called me
nigga
out. I've
that
done some work
I'm
for 'em in
talking
the
about is a
past.
fresh face
And they're
mohawk
closing down
having
for the
ass
day,
nigga.
so they're bringing in Old Trapper Mike to hit the iguanas, hit the Egyptian geese, and to clear some of these damn invasives out.
Yeah.
Auto deal.
That-
These invasives are causing all sorts of problem on the golf course. They're pooping everywhere, digging burrows, driving out our native wildlife, getting territorial, and even getting aggressive with some of the golf goers. So we're going to come in here, hit them hard, and take them out. Yeah, right now. So landing these city contracts to come in here on their parks and remove their iguanas and their other invasive species is something I've been working at for a while now. With all the awareness we're spreading on social media, all the good work we're doing in the community, showing everyone that this is what needs to be done and it can be done in a responsible manner, we're finally starting to get on their radar and we're finally starting to get approval to come in here and do our
Say
job.
again? I can't hear you over here.
Reluctant.
So you see, look like he know what a good meth is.
Because of public outcry from it and the image we're putting off, but they see it's a necessary thing and they see we're going about it the right way. It's going to really help out the state as a whole. You know, a lot of these parks and little areas that people aren't allowed to hunt them in have been breeding grounds for these invasive species, and they've been spilling out into everywhere else. And it kind of just makes it a problem that, you know, just keeps on coming. So hit them at the source of the problem, and we're going to get some good results. All right. Off to a good
Damn,
start.
them niggas got a mountain of bodies.
Get these guys on ice and get back out there. Holy.
Damn.
What a stud. Look at him bowing up. Oh, he's about to get it, son.
Nigga said he about to get it.
This is the biggest damn iguana I've seen in a while, and he is just absolutely beautiful. I don't want to mess this one up. These big iguanas, they're smart, they're super tough, and I got to nail this thing in the brain just perfect.
Got him.
Rolled him. That'll do it. Looky here. We got another one. Time to take him out too.
Got him.
So this was actually one of my first hunts with the new Ed gun, the semi-automatic 30 cal. And dude, it was a game changer. Tacticam got it all set up with the camera on it. And we're in business, boys.
Damn, that shit is humongous.
What a bruiser. He is
Like a mini dinosaur.
I'll make a whole backpack out of him. Oh my God. That might be the prettiest one I've seen in a while. What a beast. Golly. Ain't even gonna fit in the cooler. He's still trying. Oh my God. Relax, buddy. So I'm always real excited when they call me back here because this place is like Jurassic Park. I've only hit it once or twice, and every time I do, I get a stack of them. I can come in here and get 40, 50 of them, and a lot of them are going to be huge. So, you know, it's definitely a place I'm slowly chipping away at just because the problem is so bad in here. So I always like coming in here and, you know, doing what I can because there is a lot of targets on. Good God. The big ones are always paired up. All right, Ott, we're going to take them out. Today must be me and Otto's lucky day. We got another absolute monster up in a tree. We're going to sneak in and take them out.
I want to see this.
Let's hope he falls. Oh, he's barely hanging on, son. Zoom in on him. Oh, I gotta get another one in him. Come on! Woo! Dude, what a beast. I love getting these big guys out of here. These are the big breeders that are just producing an iguana army. And once you get these guys out, you know, it really helps the surrounding ecosystem. These are the ones that are aggressive and territorial. And on top of that, they're absolutely gorgeous. I can make some awesome leather products out of these guys. They have a big old belly full of skin. And hell, some of these guys I can make a whole damn purse out of. Good boy. Heel. Otto. Hey. Otto,
That
heel.
dog is going sick.
Good boy. Give it. Otto, give it. Good boy. Good Lord. That was a doozy.
Damn, that shit was bleeding like a motherfucker.
Let's do it, Otto. We got more work to do.
That dog is like, come on, nigga.
Jurassic Park out here. We got another damn stud looking like Godzilla. We're going to move in, put a pellet in his head, and let Ott do the rest.
Man, look at that big ass Godzilla. But you know the thing about iguanas, when it get real cold,
I haven't heard it splash yet.
They'll start falling out the trees.
Yeah.
But then when it gets warm again, I think they'll like revive themselves. But if it get cold for a long period of time, they'll die out. Because they not.
That's why they out in Florida. You ain't got to really worry about the cold too much.
Sometimes Florida has cold snaps. Like
yeah,
when
but
it's really, really cold, like okay, when it's like below zero in like Chicago, it's probably below zero in New York. It stretches. It's like a cold front that stretches the whole United States. Like for example, remember that time in Texas when they had they had that bad outage?
Yeah.
It was a cold front that blanketed the whole United States. It was down. It gets cold sometimes where it blankets the whole country.
Yeah.
Like down in Georgia, even Florida a little bit, they get like a little cold. But it's like to them, it's like you just gotta put a jacket on that day. That's it.
Like,
It ain't like no snow or nothing. It just it's too cold for the iguanas. But shit, I don't know that they probably you know they evolve. They'll start getting probably if they don't do nothing and take them all the way out. I mean, they probably they ain't gonna be able to take them all the way out. They gonna probably adjust to the temperature.
I'm gonna get all that.
My thing is, well, I guess you can't never adjust to getting shot in the head, but
I mean, you can't. It's like places that they don't go though. Like it, there's no way they can cover the whole fucking state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's why it's like the lionfish. The lionfish took over the eastern seaboard because people had them as pets in a fish tank, and motherfuckers just. I don't know. They build an attachment, or they just whatever people do to where they just release their pets. That shit just it doesn't do nothing but create. All it takes is a few people to release some pets.
Yeah,
you start breeding, and now you got a whole invasive species just because. A couple motherfuckers let their iguanas out because I don't know how much iguanas were. I forgot, but they start getting too big or whatever. They ain't want to. I guess you don't really have nowhere to go. Really, I mean, okay, if you got an iguana that you can't handle no more, what do you do with it? You can't. They're not gonna kill it, so. I mean, what do? You go to the zoo or something? I mean,
I guess, yeah. And then how do you go about bringing it to the zoo?
Right. I mean, like, how do you, like, I don't know, like, what the dilemma is as far as it's just some people just let their pets out and then, like, they cats and dogs, and then they just, take over shit. They just
Yeah.
got a whole invasive species.
Shit crazy.
Get him up. Get him up.
This nigga done ran in the water after the nigga.
Get him up. I don't know if he's hit the ground yet. Yes. We get Otto ready. They're probably going to put another bolt in him. Hopefully he'll drop. There he goes. Woo! Send him in. Otto, heel. Otto, heel. Hey, heel. Heel. Ah! Otto. Otto. So this is actually back in Otto's early days, and he's just getting the hang of everything, figuring it all out. I'm not too sure how he's gonna do, but man, did he blow me away this day. He busted ass, showed no fear, all grit, no quit, going in for the big
that
monsters.
Shit is damn near big as the damn dog.
Just hitting it hard all day with no breaks, taking the sun, taking the heat. And, just really being a good working dog.
Hey, nigga, I got a snack, nigga. Fuck you mean?
Loves him some iguana kisses. That's why you never let Otto come up and give you a kiss, because he's got blood and poop all in that beard, son. Relax, Bubba. Oh, my God.
Damn, he like, yo, there go another one, son.
Yeah.
Oh, he about to get the birds now.
We got bogeys.
Damn.
Birds are smarter than rats because one of them died and then they all flew away.
Well, it ain't a Florida day if you don't get a little bit of rain.
It was like 7 of them, and then one of them got bagged. And the other ones flew away. So I mean,
the rats would have been like, "Yo, what happened, son? Shit!"
He would have got all of them.
Rain or shine, we're gonna take these damn geese out. That is some cold rain.
I don't even know.
He's aggressive than a motherfucker.
I don't even know what kind. Yeah, geese will fucking run you off, man. Like if you, they'll try to punk you. Like coyotes, they don't fall for that shit. They just keep, they go up on them and start, but shit, they'll try to fight shit. The male geese, they be motherfuckers gangster. They'll be like, man, you don't get your ass away from me.
I don't say I'm loving it. Otto here.
Yeah, I don't even know what kind of goose that is, man.
A dead one, nigga. That's
yeah, the dead geese. I wanted to play this video. This is what she was talking about earlier. Men with money.
Somebody, I think they the prize. No, I mean the man is always the prize. Remember that. They try to say happy wife, happy life. A happy man is God's plan.
Preach it, brother Teddy. You are a godsend.
So, and for all the brothers that's watching this, you got to always make sure you go where you celebrate it, not tolerate it, right? But in order to go where you celebrate it, not tolerate it, you got to celebrate yourself, right? How you think creates how you feel becomes an emotion, that emotion becomes a vibration, that vibration becomes a magnet that attracts things to you. So what you put out is going to come back to you. So once you on that vibration of celebrating yourself, the bitches that's going to tolerate you are going to run from you because you're not going to attract them, you're going to repel them.
You ain't never lied.
You ain't never lied.
Can you date somebody? I think they
They're like that dude in the end.
Word.
Crackhead. You ain't never lied. Yeah, I gotta get that clip.
Only thing I disagree with what that dude said is about the dude being the prize, right, or the trophy. I consider the dude the winner of the prize, right, or the champion, right, because everybody going for the championship or the trophy, but in order to get the trophy, you got to compete and beat the rest of everyone, and the reality is, women don't particularly compete, right? They that's why they're selected. That's why they get chose. That's why they get called a pick me, right? Because they want everybody wants the MVP trophy, but at the end of the day, everybody really wants that Larry O'Brien. So I can understand what he means about the men being the prize, but the women ain't out there competing or busting their ass to become their apex best to get chosen, which is one of the issues, right? Bitches won't go to the gym, bitches won't, suck a dick, bitches won't learn how to fucking cook a meal or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, my wife, bro, she won me from day one. Day one, I was like, yo, where you want to go to eat? She was like, what you like? What's your meal? I said, yo, I want chicken and broccoli Alfredo with penne pasta. We went out. I took her to the movies. Next thing I know, we at her crib, nigga. Chicken and broccoli Alfredo with penne pasta. We've been married ever since.
Wow, man, that's wild, man. Yeah, it's definitely, man. It is a bonus when a chick. I think a woman should be able to know how to cook. I was thinking about that today or yesterday, rather.
Son, I've had some of the best. Yo, I had some like bad like fucking remember when we used to have video vixens back, you my age, so yeah, when it
Yeah.
was the video vixen, the light skin brown hair but I done had that, right? And shorty, I smashed or whatever, and then shorty was like, oh, you want to come back? I was like, yo, what you gonna fix for me? Oh, I could hook up some ramen noodles. I hung up the phone.
Yeah, I mean, nourishment. You need women. The meals are important because they provide nourishment.
How you think I'm supposed to take you to Pound Town off of the nourishment of ramen noodles, bitch?
Right. That's not enough. Not good for you either. Fast food is not good for you. Sodas, alcohol, fast food, is not good for you. You know what I'm saying? So eating, cooking quality meals is healthy for the kids and the whole family, man. So that's important for a woman to know how to cook because she could either make the family sick, or the family healthy by her cooking nourishing meals. Because I was at the grocery store, and usually the tripped out thing about the grocery store is what's going on, Iori?
Iori, what's up, bro?
You going, if you see a woman with a cart full of groceries, most likely she knows how to cook because that's she's not buying that stuff to throw it in the garbage, and she's not, nobody really has no private chef, so she's cooking that stuff, so yeah, that's important, man, to have quality meals on a daily basis, man. It just it's just standard, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of people order DoorDash, man, for like a safety net, man. They DoorDash everything. They fast food damn near every day, it's not good for you, man.
I mean, I get my DoorDash on too, but when the wife is working late or don't feel like cooking and shit, all right, listen, we'll DoorDash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Because
mean, it depends on what you order. When I say fast food, I'm talking about Burger Death, McDeath, um, uh, 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 freaking, um, shoot, I'm trying to think of a word that goes with Wendy's.
One death.
Wendy,
Wendy death.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like those motherfuckers, man. Ar- arteries, for Arby's, like
Damn, nigga said arteries.
yeah, like it's kind of like it depends on what you eat, man. The
Well,
funny,
see, that fast food shit used to be, it used to, like, even 40 years ago when we was coming up, bro, that fast food shit was a rarity. It was, okay, listen, we celebrating,
yeah,
you going to the 8th grade, you're going to get a
yeah,
Happy Meal.
yeah,
Okay.
Saturday night,
Yeah.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, it wasn't every day. It was like a Saturday thing. Maybe moms got paid Friday, possibly eating out. Not fucking every fucking day. And
Mm-mm.
then it depends. Like the funny thing is like okay, home cooked meals. They like the closest thing was like Old Country Buffet in Boston Market. And Boston Market just went out of business. Like
Mm-hmm.
they quietly went out of business. I
They
used
sure did.
huh?
I said they sure did.
Yeah, I used to work at Boston Market when I was in high school. Back in 96, and they went out of business. They quietly closed up shop. Like
You
nobody.
know who was better than Boston Market? That went out of business? Kenny Rogers Roasters.
We didn't have that in the Midwest, or
Okay.
at least not in Illinois. We had
Yeah, I
like
was about to say Kenny
Sizzler.
Rogers big when like Texas and Oklahoma and shit.
We had Sizzler. We used to have
Oh,
we used to have Bennigan's.
Bennigan's with the shit.
Yeah, yeah. We used to meet at Bennigan's in high school, like have go out on dates and shit. At Bennigan's. And then I think the Bennigan's turned into Applebee's. Yeah, Applebee's or something. But yeah,
Probably.
yeah, like what I'm saying? It was a lot more better food too, I would say. But I mean, it's definitely something, man. When a woman can cook, because a woman, like I say, can it could heal. A mother could heal the family and also kill the family. I mean, with the meal selections and what she serves, but definitely important, man. It's one of them things that people don't really care about, I guess. But people. I mean, it's I know how to cook. I mean, what I'm saying, I cook pretty well. I don't need to necessarily worry about a woman cooking for me, but it's a nice caveat. But I pretty much cook my own meals. If I need to, my wife was be sick or something, I cook my own meals. My kids wouldn't go without.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. As a man, first of all, cooking is realistically a man's sport.
Yeah, most of the chefs are men. Most of the top chefs as well
Mm.
are men.
Home cooked meals is a whole different thing, right? But we look at that from, the stance of Little House on the Prairie. But even in dating, like that shit is very different too, because even like with population control, motherfuckers are having kids for no reason now, right? You don't need to have a dozen kids because you don't need somebody to churn the butter and tend to killing the rats in the farm and milk the cows and turn the eggs and bale the hay. We ain't living like that no more.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
on the Thornberries chicken farm, yeah, they still need 17 kids,
yeah, yeah.
but they got machines now.
Mm-hmm.
So you just need 7 kids. And, this one does this machine, that one does that machine. But the machine gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning. All you got to do is press the button, do, 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 and go back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's gonna go tend to the chicken, fluff it, this, that, and the third, inspect the eggs, get the perfect eggs. The ones that ain't quite ripe yet, they gonna put back. So a lot of that shit is no longer necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So the way of life has changed. So especially when we look in like the hood, we got to start. And I was on the TikTok panel today talking about this. You know what I'm saying? We can't. Dr. Claude Anderson was like, "Yo, it's criminal that we keep having all these babies. We ask for generational wealth, and then we go and send our kids to these schools to go beg someone for their job."
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't practice nepotism. We don't have business exit strategies, right?
We don't have
And
business. We don't have business entry strategies.
woo, I'm gonna do a topic on that. Now you done gave me an idea for doing some lives because I don't. I guess it's like a fear or something. And you usually like I have habits, right? And so with my habits, I don't like that's why you'll see me get on people's panels, but not particularly do my own. Because usually I'm sitting there rolling up or smoking a J or something while I'm watching YouTube. And, I don't have to be the focal point. I don't have to carry the conversation,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
It's the reason why. Reason why. Okay, I've been, some videos come up on my feed or whatever too. A lot of the shit is like financial related. But money I do believe is a certain level of energy. It's also culture. Money is
Mm-hmm.
also culture, right? Our culture is, holding money, in our hand, spread fanning money, actual cash, um, watches, jewelry, pendants, chains, gold chains, all that. But the thing is when it comes to business, when you look at let's just say Indians, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking up news stories. The Indian tycoon Ratan Tata, the guy that started Tata Group, he just recently died. He was 86. Uh, when you think of Indians, you think of Jews, you think of Asians like Koreans and Chinese, Japanese. Their culture is incorporated with wide variety of things, but one of the things that encapsulates their culture is business. Their
Mm-hmm.
business is part of their culture. It's encapsulated. The Kaizen theory and strategy is based off of also business.
Mm-hmm.
It's a business philosophy of self improvement. Okay, you know, our culture is not enculturated in business. It's enculturated with being an employee
Consumer, yeah. And an
because
employee.
because we were because primarily we were slaves, and we were taught to be slaves, and a lot of that, for one, it wasn't that long ago. This and the thing is that we haven't got out of that mindset. What were we taught? What were our parents taught? You know, I grew up in an African American household too. My most of the conversation was what?
Go to
Go
school, get a good job.
right. So it was never start a job to get a business, to save up to get a business. It was never even business was not even part of that conversation. So the thing is that I'm what we both stating are facts. If we got if we got other people come up on the panel, we got other people, they'll co-sign what we just said. You know, it'll be over 100 people that co-sign our conversations that we've had with our parents had with us was go get a job. Not anything to do associated with the business. So that means that business is not encapsulated in our culture. We will have to change that. Whatever means that we have to do that. I don't care how like niggas rappers start, you know, wearing briefcases. Whatever how that needs to be done, that's what needs to be done because
I'll break it down for you like this. And I did a video on it. And I spoke on it on the panel today. So there's a guy who's in my industry. All right. I was at this conference called the IARFC, the International Association of Registered Financial Consultants. There's a guy by the name of Dr. Sanjay Talani. He sells insurance in 100 countries. Right? Meanwhile, here we're thinking, oh, you're in 13 states. That's some big shit. Nigga, he's in 100 countries.
Yeah.
Right? So I want to give you two things, because when we talk about generational wealth, we're talking about 300 days into the future.
Yeah.
This nigga said he was sitting with a female client of his from Thailand. She was setting up some money shit. She said to him, Sanjay, I'm setting all this stuff up right now for me and my family. What should happen if my son gets a divorce? How old do you think? So he said to her, he said, basically, he was like, bitch, what? Your son is 8 years old. Right? We ain't thinking like that. We thinking, oh, well, how is my son gonna get through high school to get this D1 contract? We're not thinking, what about these millions of dollars I set aside for him to have if he should get a divorce? But let me tell you how much further it went. He said, I had another client from Pakistan, just like you was talking about the TT group. Now this guy ain't near the money of the TT group in India, but this nigga's worth sorry.
Yeah. No. Just I don't want you to on the playback to be like, what the fuck this nigga said?
Yeah. So this nigga in like Pakistan is worth
like titties, tata.
Yeah, tata.
Yeah.
He's worth $200 million. He says, the guy goes to me, Sanjay, I have had a dream of my family opening a world-class hospital and facility one day. So Sanjay goes to him, okay, well, you know, when are you thinking of having this done? He said, well, if I give you $500,000 and we invest it through compound interest, he was like, $500,000? What the fuck you think I am, a miracle worker? He was like, no. I don't want to see this. He said, I probably will never see it. I'm not thinking of in my lifetime or my children's lifetime or my grandchildren's lifetime, but maybe in like 300 years. Right? One of the niggas in the comments was like, that's ridiculous. 300 years. Well, I'll be gone in 300 years. Ain't nobody thinking about 300 years. Then the woman finally had to say, well, you heard of the Willie Lynch letter, right? Where he was like, yo, we'll set it in play now. And 400 years from now, those niggas will still be voting this way. So the problem is you're sitting there talking about, oh, it's stupid to think 300 years in the future because I ain't going to be here. But your kids is going to be here.
Yeah.
Right? And he said, I want to open a hospital in the name of my family. So what you would do is you would write that in your will. And that paperwork goes down, and that paperwork goes down, and that paperwork goes down. And while your kids are like, damn, one day my family is going to have a hospital, they're going to start carrying themselves a different way versus, damn, my daddy Mike could play in the NBA, but he had to get out here and sell these packs. My daddy is a nigga who's talking this dumb shit about shoot a nigga every day, but as soon as the cops come, he turns into a bitch. Right? I think you the one who said it. You was like, it's funny, these niggas would be thug one gun son number one and ready to go against the whole hood. And then When a cop comes, one cop with a 9mm, they got a chopper with a 30 clip. They land that 30 clip chopper down.
No, they one FBI agent that's basically a midget. It's like 5'1". They running from this motherfucker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just I'm sure that's probably has happened, but
It probably has.
yeah, it's just funny to think about. Like, I mean, it's just yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Oh man, but yeah, it's like basically you the hardest in the hood, but outside of the hood, you just a roach, and that's why cats stay in the hood. They be like, they make their money. Some cats they make their money and then they live outside the hood, but they got to come back to see. Here's the thing: what I'm kind of saying is the drug dealer never gets to leave the hood
No.
permanently, because even if he is he sells the most packs and becomes a kingpin or whatever, his office is in the hood. He has to go back, set up his shop is still in the hood. So he has to come back and check on the block, check on the niggas in the hood, make sure the packs are going through. So he really never escapes the hood. You know what I'm saying? Because he gotta come. He could live in the most luxurious mansion in wherever mansions are, but he gotta come back and tiptoe back in the hood because that's where his businesses are. So that's something I thought about a long time ago, back when I used to work at this school on the west side of Chicago, and a security guard pointed me to. I basically, it was a guy pulled up in a Bentley, and I was like, "Who is this dude picking up these kids?" Some of them was in my classroom because I had a computer class I was teaching, and the security guys like he's a big time dope dealer, and I'm like, why is he got his kids going to this raggedy ass school where they gotta give toilet paper to the kids before they go in the toilet, because
that's crazy.
They don't want the kids taking the toilet paper home, and they on low budget, and it's like that's that was what I was thinking. I didn't ask her that, but I know why he doesn't take the kids and put them in private school. The private school, he stick out like a sore thumb. One, what I'm saying, he paying for private school with 10s and 5s and 20s. I mean, what I'm saying, just he don't want to blow his cover. So it's like, yeah, he just got these kids going to these old, these terrible ass school, and he's a multi-million-dollar drug dealer. So much business is so good, he's got a Bentley. That's what Bentley's for. Like, business is good. I mean, that's what Bentley. When you buy a Bentley, a Lambo, a Ferrari, that symbolizes.
So I want you to do one thing, because here's another thing where wealth blurs lines, right? And wealth crosses certain lines. Like, remember we were having the conversation about the Mercedes?
Yeah.
And you were like, it don't particularly matter. It's a Mercedes.
Yeah.
So that's partially true and partially false, right? Why is it true? Because people with money are going to be like, oh, it's a Mercedes, but then it has to be upkept a certain way. Right. But at a certain point in time, right, if I come through to certain people, like, so right now I have a 2016, right? Everybody in the hood is like, damn, nigga, that's a brand new Benz. The reason I have it, and then other niggas like, shit, nigga, I got a 2022. Okay, cool. Let me explain to you why I have the 2016. And people who are into Mercedes are going to understand. 2016 was the last year the naturally aspirated V6 engine on the E-Class. 2017, they rolled over to these four bangers, the 4-cylinder. So it's a shitty car now,
Yeah.
right? It still has, yeah, you still have the quote unquote prestige of having the 3-point star, which means land, air, sea, right? But it's a piece of shit as a 4-banger, right? It doesn't have the same power.
I didn't even know Mercedes made 4-cylinder vehicles. I thought they was all V6 or higher.
They used to be.
Because I remember because Mercedes had a V12.
Yeah, they still do. But those are the Maybachs.
Oh, okay.
Right? They also have a V10, believe it or not. Right? Like the new Mercedes S63 Maybach. I'm sorry, not the S63, the SL63 Maybach has it has a V8 engine because the V12 wouldn't fit. Right? But what they're doing now is they're doing the bi-turbo. Right? Just like if you want a Rolls-Royce Ghost, just get a BMW 760 because BMW owns Rolls-Royce now.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And every part underneath the fancy exterior of that Rolls-Royce says BMW.
And then speaking of Rolls-Royce, I do recommend if you have anybody able to buy Rolls-Royce stock, it's going up. It's been going up from $1, now it's $6. It was $1 a couple years ago. So yeah, you want
That's when BMW bought it.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's going up again because BMW owns it. So its stock is going up for the sheer fact that BMW is pretty much now the #1 selling luxury car. People have stopped buying Mercedes, and I understand why. Mercedes rested on its laurel that it's Mercedes, right? And like prime example, out here, I'm in Connecticut, so you know you have your haves and your have-nots, right? So I was driving in North Haven, and I pulled up to this breakfast spot, and there was a dude with a bright red Ferrari. And you know, he's got a crowd, everybody's looking at it. So I pulled up behind him and I started taping him. And I was like, damn, son, that Rari. He was like, what the fuck, dude? Your shit ain't that bad, nigga. You in a Benz. He didn't say nigga, but he was like, bro, you're in a Benz.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? He was like, you're in a Benz. Like Benz competes with these shits.
Right.
If you have a Mercedes, it kind of implies that you can likely have one of these. You just didn't feel like bringing it out.
Yeah.
Right. And he was like, and you're in an E-Class. Right. Most people who get a Benz right now, the most popular selling Mercedes is the GLC and the CLA. Everybody's buying the CLA because it's a sub $50,000 car. Right? Whereas a C class is like 60, 70,000, and then an E class is 75 to 100,000.
And AMG is 100,000 plus.
Well, depending on which AMG. Like if you get an AMG CLA 35, an AMG CLA 40, I'm into Mercedes, so I know I'm starting to rattle off shit. Most people ain't gonna know, they just gonna know Mercedes. But then when you get to the country club, right? That nigga in that Bentley can't go to the country club because his Bentley ain't new enough. Or he can't explain why he has that Bentley.
Did you know Ferrari, if you want a brand new Ferrari,
get a Maserati?
You gotta basically kind of get authorization from Ferrari, from basically LaFerrari, because they don't, it's kind of like a club.
That's why you see all these like these influencers who hit it, they buy Lambos.
Yeah, Lambo doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Ferrari, actually the dude just started Lamborghinis used to work for Ferrari.
No, he didn't. He was a tractor creator, and he was telling Ferrari how to
he was trying
to fix their clutch.
Yeah, he was trying to give them some type of
and they was like, stick to your peasant ass tractor. So he said, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Lambo doesn't do that, but Ferrari is like a club. So it's kind of like they do the same thing. I think it's a Richard Mille does the same thing.
with the
Richard,
watches.
yeah, you gotta get like a referral, or you gotta be kind of like in their club, and then they'll sell you a watch. But you
There's just like Hermes, right? All these bitches. I want a Birkin bag, bitch. You can't even get a Beyonce, who can afford Birkin. She can't just go get a Birkin bag.
mm,
There's a waiting list, and then you have to be approved,
mm,
and there's an application process.
yeah,
You mean to tell me, nigga, I got to apply to give you $100,000
yeah.
for a bag?
Because if you buy, let's say you in the club and you buy a Ferrari,
Yeah, you can't resell it.
yeah, if you resold it, you get kicked out. Like you get frowned, like it's frowned upon. And
Yeah.
the same thing with a Richard Mille. If you just sell that shit, like it actually happened. One rapper sold his Richie Mille to somebody else, and they you know what I'm saying, that they ain't like that shit.
And it was like, nigga, we gave this to you.
Right. So that's why you see a lot of people, if they do have a Ferrari, it's a used Ferrari that's older. It's not brand new, because in order to get a brand new Ferrari, you gotta like, basically get in the club. Like it's, you gotta get a referral to kind of get one. You know?
Yep. You gotta know somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah, because it's a dude that I found. I forgot his name. He called himself Millionaire Mentor. He's in the Ferraris a lot, but he's in the club. They've flew him out to Italy. He went to the like headquarters of Ferrari, had the Ferrari experience and everything.
Oh, he picked up his Ferrari.
Yeah.
You know what's fucked up? They will ship you your Ferrari for free. Or they'll charge you money to come pick up your Ferrari, and they'll give you the quote unquote Ferrari experience. You know who else does that, which I prefer? Porsche. You know Porsche and Ferrari have the same horse emblem?
Porsche and Ferrari have the same. I didn't think about that. I mean,
It's the exact same emblem. It's the exact same horse.
Okay.
Like I'm in the market for a Porsche now. Now that I have my Benz. And so like I don't want the 911. The 911 to me is a garbage Porsche, even though it's the top of the line supposedly of the Porsche. The Porsche I like is the 718 or the 916, which is the Cayman. Right? It's a smaller body and it's a mid-engine, so you don't have that heavy ass back.
Mhm.
Right? It's basically the same as a Chevy Corvette.
Mhm.
Yeah, now look at the Porsche symbol and watch the horse. And then you can even compare the two, Ferrari and Porsche symbol. Yeah, pull up the Porsche symbol. You're going to see it's the exact same horse. And you're going to see usually the checkerboard, not the yellow, but the checkerboard behind it on the Porsche.
Okay. So that's the Ferrari. And then this is the Porsche. Porsche. Okay, yeah, it's got the horse in the middle of the crest.
Yeah, they done changed it. But if you look at the one to the far right behind.
Oh, it's the same horse, that black horse.
Yeah.
It's just in the crest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're right, but it's actually in the crest. It's not exactly like as far as there's different emblems, but it's actually in the crest of the emblem or whatever. Why is that? Why is that the case or whatever?
I do not know.
Oh.
That's something I don't know, but that's something that I learned through because I do a lot of like car research. That's why I also got the Benz I got. Right? I did mad research.
Well, the Germans and the Italians were part of the Axis power. They actually they went to war with America
Yeah.
and Britain and France and all that. Like, yeah, the Italian, the basically the people, the countries that
I
went to
think
war. Go ahead.
now that I just thought about it, I think why the Porsche has that emblem because Porsche is also owned by Volkswagen, which also owns Maserati. And Maserati engines are Ferrari engines.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that they the countries that went to war with United States or the Allies, they're some of the most expensive and pretty much the best cars in the world. The Japanese, Germans, Italians make some of the best cars, most expensive cars as well in the world. But that they use those engines and stuff to make the planes in World War II.
BMW, yeah.
BMW and Mercedes. That's literally why the Mercedes has that emblem with the
Yeah, Lancia
propeller.
Air.
Yeah, it's a
It was a
propeller
propeller.
blade. Yeah. So yeah, that propeller blade. That's what that is. That's actually they used to make engines for the Nazis.
Yeah. And now it's funny because you won't catch a Jew. You
Without
almost
a
won't catch a Jew in a BMW, but you won't catch a Jew without a Benz.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's what Sarah Silverman said.
Mm.
They hate, yeah, as much as all of what they went through, you won't catch a Jew without a Mercedes.
Man,
You know, but
you might catch a Jew in a Beamer, but most Jews are driving Benzes.
yeah, right.
You
Same.
know what's crazy? Mercedes is more expensive up front than BMW, and this is what's crazy because most black men that I know are BMW fans because BMW has a lower ticket price to get into. But on average, BMWs are about $12,000 to $15,000 more in PMIs and maintenance than a Mercedes.
Yeah. That's what I've been hearing for decades that BMWs are high maintenance.
Yeah, BMers are real high maintenance. Benzes are low maintenance cars.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
maintenance is expensive, but they're low maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But Beamers, nigga, oil,
Yeah.
gaskets, windshield wipers, all that shit.
Yeah.
Expensive, expensive, expensive. So
Mhm.
yeah, you save a little bit of money up front, but they fuck you on the back end.
Yeah. Wouldn't
That's
make
why I call it the Bavarian money waster.
Bavarian money waster. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. That was my cousin. He was in Vietnam. My grandmother, I mean my mother's great aunt, or actually my great aunt's son, he bought one and it was leaking oil every time he come visit my uncle. My uncle was like, he got he leaves an oil deposits in the driveway.
Damn.
But I never had a BMW. I've had like three Mercedes, but I haven't had one Beamer.
You did the right thing. You got the best. Mercedes, the best or nothing.
Yeah,
Right?
I just never had one for whatever reason. I've never had a BMW, and it's not that I couldn't get one. It's just I just never had one. I worked with a dude that he was Romanian, and him and his friends they had a custom BMW shop where they would customize BMWs, put superchargers in them and stuff like that.
Crazy.
Yeah, but
What were they, Alpina or? Like, so for Mercedes, you got Carlson tuning, and then my favorite, you got Brabus.
No,
Right?
they were being he customized BMWs.
No,
Not
I know. So for BMW, they have Alpina, and I'm trying to think who else. They got a couple. Shit, I
I
can't
don't
think of
know.
the other tuner.
I don't know. I don't have a fucking clue. I just know he said he does superchargers and stuff. I mean, I don't know.
They might be no name, and ain't nothing wrong with the no name people too. You get some serious tuning out of them. Like I want to get a E class rocket, a E900. Right, that's a Brabus E class. Basically, they take the E63, they take all the badges off it, and then they make that shit look super vanilla. So when you drive down the street, you know you're not hearing wing. It looks like a regular E class that somebody's grandfather has is gonna drive slow. Then you pull up to the light next to that nigga, and he steps on the gas and launches on your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I was sitting there in my E class like 2 months ago. I had to bring my boy from New York to Hartford. And we was on the highway. Somebody had a fucking vet. Now, did the vet dust me? Yes, because he has, like 3 times the horsepower I have. But that nigga didn't expect me to be keeping up with him. And I was like, bro, I have an E-Class. I don't even have a 4MATIC. My shit is rear wheel drive, which is technically probably better. But, and I was keeping up with that nigga. I mean, he was hitting 200. I was hitting 130. Right? I was like, bro, I don't even have as much on the dash as you. There's no way possible I can keep up to beat you. You know what I'm saying? Like when my max out on my dash is half of your dash.
Right.
So there's no way I can don't stunt like, oh nigga, I dusted a Benz, nigga, you dusted a regular Benz. It wasn't like it wasn't even like I was in the E63 where I'm supercharged and bi-turbo and all that shit. Again, I didn't even know I was into cars the way that I'm into cars, bro. Right? Until I got into my car. Because I used to always be like, I'm not into cars. Now I'm sitting here like I like the Cadillac CTS-V Black Wing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know shit about BMWs, but my brothers both like BMWs, so I learn about that because I have to shit on their BMW dreams.
I just got a job offer. I used to tell people my business and shit. I kind of toned that shit down. I was out of work for like 6 months. That's why I was able, like, I did some live streams in the morning. If you notice, I was all over the place with like, how is this dude like, up 3 in the morning doing live streams? Don't this nigga gotta go to work or some shit? Man, I've been out of work, man. The company I work for, they lost a contract with to Accenture, and I've been out of work for like 6 months and the whole summer just about, and I just got another job, like literally got hired. Went through. I get be honest, man. I swear to God, I don't know how I pass background checks. I don't tell people. I don't tell companies that I have any record, but and that's primarily the reason why I don't do it, because I just want to see what comes up. But this is the second time that I was able to pass a background check. I mean, I
They
ain't
probably
got
look the other way on shit.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, yeah, I just got a job. Like, I just passed my shit like the other day. Like, I just passed my background check and shit, so I'm good to go. Like, some people, if you don't have a record and you got a job offer, you good to go. You good. You going. You know what I'm saying? Like with me, it used to be like that for me because I can pretty much pass a drug screening. I mean, even if you smoke weed, I don't smoke weed regularly or hardly at all. You just gotta drink like about a half a gallon of water um within a 48-hour period, or at least 24 hours, and it'll flush most of the stuff out of your body. But um I don't normally have any issues with any drug tests, so but Yeah, man, I'm gonna definitely be trying to save some money and buy me a Benz, buy me something. I got three cars, but two of them is not really shit. Hell, all my cars really need maintenance. I ain't gonna lie, but my regular everyday driver, I just got a Nissan. I got a 2016 Nissan Altima. Wait, no, was it a 2016? Was it a 2000? I think it's a 2014 Nissan Altima. Then I got my grandfather's van, and I got I don't know what the fuck I be doing, man. I don't know what the hell. So it gave us like a month to just be basically work from home. So like basically kind of like it was like I guess you want to call it what do they call it, severance. So um I bought and I'm knowing I'm probably gonna be unemployed. I don't have any job offers at the time. My goofy ass bought a fixer upper, a 93 Cadillac. And I think the reason why I
It's one of
bought
my
it,
dream cars, a 1993 Cadillac Eldorado.
that's what I got. And I'm like, I think the reason why I bought it was my grandfather had Cadillacs and I never was able to drive it really. My grandmother, she would like let me sneak and drive it. My uncle, he got into Cadillacs. He got how many Cadillacs he got? He got like two of them. He got a 86 Eldorado and then a 2003 Eldorado. And he wouldn't let me get any of them. Like even when I needed a car, he wouldn't give me one of them. So I was like, I just bought it. I think I bought it because I was like, got tired of motherfuckers telling me no. So I got that in my driveway. I gotta get that. I gotta get a transmission put in that and fix some other shit. But I'm definitely gonna be trying to buy a Benz. I actually need to get a Porsche too, but I think I'm gonna wait to get a Porsche when I sell my house. I don't I don't know if I want to be driving around Gary in a Porsche truck. Just
So the Porsche truck, if you're gonna get a Porsche truck, make sure you get the Cayenne and not the Macan. The Macan is garbage. The Cayenne is one of the most dependable, almost bulletproof vehicles out there,
okay.
Porsche or otherwise.
Okay.
And you want to look for certain years. So like the first gen from '04 to '07,
Mhm.
bulletproof. Those were actually V8s too instead of V6s,
Okay.
right? Um Again, I didn't even know I knew all this shit about cars because I grew up in a basically a female household, so we just knew you step on the gas and go,
Mhm.
right? But then when I really like, I've had cars before, but I never really had to buy my own. And so the Benz is really like my first car that I bought new, right? Everything else was, oh, yeah, this, so and so had this. He trying to get rid of it. Give him $1,000. Okay. You
Mhm.
know, so this was my first off the lot purchase.
Mhm.
So I made sure to do research and all this other shit. And I was like, yo, I need to have a certain look, but I also need a certain amount of dependability because I ain't trying to be breaking down on the road like I was in my 6 other cars.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now, like, even when you're looking for a Benz, do you know what Benz you would be looking at?
It's gonna have to be an SUV because I live in a climate where Chicago or basically the Midwest it's a lot
Okay.
of snow, so you
So
know
you may want to look at obviously the G-Wagon is ridiculous price
oh,
wise, to be honest. But
really, I mean, I believe in abundance, but I mean, unless something hit on some crypto that I got holdings, or I hit it out the park in the stock market. Yeah,
I
I
ain't
ain't.
looking at no G-Wagon right now. I
No,
ain't gonna hold you.
no.
I was
Funny
looking at a
thing,
G-Wagon.
funny thing though, it's an older G wagon that's in a lot like down the street from my house.
They still probably want like 50 grand for that shit.
No, they I think it's like 20 something they want or something like that. I mean, I'd have to get a car. I'd have to get a car payment, but yeah, they got an older one. But man, you don't want none of that shit in no fucking Gary, Indiana, man. You go,
Yeah. So
fucking hit your ass up, man.
I would tell you that the joint you had, the ML, is well, the ML actually has a lot of recalls right now. But one of the Mercedes that they don't make anymore that was bulletproof is the baby G-Wagon, which is the GLK. If you can get a 2011 to 2015 GLK, God in the hood. Right? And God under the hood. Right? It's built on the East. So people don't understand the letters and numbers behind Mercedes. I'll break it down for you. Right? So, like, if you see a 300 or a 400 or a 250 or a 550, so the 300s are usually, well, now they're 4-cylinder too, and now you got to get the 400s to get the 6-cylinder. But like, for example, the we'll just use the most common in the States, right? Because like, I want to make the new G-Wagon the X-Class, which is the Mercedes-Benz pickup truck that they don't sell in the United States. But if you really want that, just go get a Nissan Frontier. It's the same truck. But the Jeep Grand Cherokee is also the W166 platform. So if you want a Mercedes truck, just get a Jeep Grand Cherokee from 2011 to current. And they have this, they're the same chassis as what you would know as the GLE. Right? So the GLE is built on the E-Class chassis. The GLS is built on the S-Class chassis. The GLC is built on the C-Class chassis. The GLB and the GLA are built on the A-Class chassis. Right? A-Class, so the A220 is a fucking beautiful, amazing car, but it didn't sell well in the States, so they discontinued it, and they kept that little bullshit ass CLA shit. Right? CLA is garbage. The C-Class is a chick car. The E-Class is a man's car. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with a C-Class, especially, Whoo, you get a 13, nigga. I'm in love, nigga. I love those rims on it. That's the baby G-Wagon. That shit is bulletproof. Right? And now it's smaller, right? But that shit, it's got, I think it's what, 304 horse?
Yeah, I couldn't motherfucker buy no car like this and be doing DoorDash. I'd have to keep my other car.
Nigga, I do in my Benz.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. I did that. I did Uber and all that shit in my Benz.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, it's okay, yeah.
Because niggas give you bigger tips for that shit too.
I don't want to trade. Actually, I like my Nissan. I mean, my uncle calls them rice burners.
Yeah.
I like it, and it gives good gas mileage. I don't want to get rid of no cars. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you ever thought about going to an Infinity?
No, I ain't really feeling no Infinities, man.
Why? You're in one now.
I mean, I got particular cars that I want. Mercedes is definitely one of them.
I feel you, but Nissan is an Infinity, just so you know. It's the lower arm, yeah.
I know.
That's why I like Mercedes though, because Mercedes ain't no lower arm. It's Mercedes or nothing. That's what.
I like Maseratis too, though. I actually wouldn't mind getting a Maserati.
See, Maseratis, the problem with Maseratis is their engines are garbage because they're wannabe Ferrari engines, and the maintenance on them shits is fucking retarded.
You got a Maserati, you got a Ferrari engine in a sedan. Yeah, it's crazy. They fast. That's real fast.
Yo, them shits are fucking aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, I should have bought the shit cash. I'm about to
Yeah.
go get a commission and go get me a GLK.
See here. So they estimating this is the payment. So that's like what? That's about 48 months probably. Yeah. I wouldn't want to get no bad. I hate car payments.
Tell me about it.
Sure, I mean, once it gets like above like 300, it's like ridiculous. But you know, if you gonna make money, I mean, you gonna make money. But
That's got low miles. Damn, that's
yeah,
cheap for that little bit of miles.
45,000. Yeah, they've been dropping prices, man, because the car market is actually, the economy
Yeah.
is, kind of in the dumps. So
And new cars ain't selling. Well, new cars are starting to sell again. That's why.
well, they got basically a Carmageddon because the people are not buying cars like that.
Yeah.
They
Don't get
actually
a GLS.
GLS. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I really don't like that. I don't really like that look. I think this is the joint that got the fucking Tron
The
look.
bounce.
It got the Tron joint where it lights up.
Yeah.
I think
That
this.
might be an EQS.
I don't know. It lights up like because I
You
saw
mean the
one.
emblem?
Yeah, the emblem
My
lights up.
Benz does that. Yeah,
Well,
every Benz after 2016 pretty much has the emblem that lights up.
yeah. Damn, that shit look crazy. It's like a
Oh yeah, that's the 24. You got the heads up display and on. I don't like these new Benzes. There's too much electrical shit, and their engines aren't made for performance like they used to be. Right? That's why that GLK you was looking at, the 13, bulletproof. But don't get the 250. Get the 350 or the 500. The 500 is going to be a 8-cylinder. That 350 is a 6-cylinder. It might be a naturally aspirated as well.
Yeah, this is
V6 3.5.
Yeah.
7-speed, 304 horses. All-wheel drive. See, that's the only thing. I got the rear-wheel drive.
How's your car how's your vehicle in the snow?
I'm a speed demon, so I wouldn't ask me. But it's not bad at all. That bitch is smooth. Bro, I be doing don't tell nobody. I was doing a $130 on the highway. It didn't feel like I was going faster than 40 miles an hour.
Yeah,
There's no shake, no nothing.
That's what Benzes do, man. Benzes, man, I remember because I used to work at UPS, and it was a town called Hotchkiss. It was about 15 minutes from my house, and I was I was a balling bachelor. I was in college. I was working at UPS. I was getting a scholarship from UPS because I was part of a program. So I would get 100% of my financial aid return because I was getting a scholarship through UPS. And my dumbass basically quit.
Damn.
And they put me on a do not hire list. I can never work for a UPS again. I'm gonna just get rich and buy a lot of their stock and just buy a shit ton of it. That's how you get revenge,
There you go.
But the thing is that at that time I had 3 cars. I lived in an apartment. My mom used to help me pay for my apartment and buy my cars and shit. She used to help me get my cars. I had a I had a 1992 300E.
Mm.
And it was in, I had got it in pristine condition. Man, my mom helped me get it. I bought it from the auction. I bought it from a public auction. Mom's helped me get the car out the auction because I was like short like 500 or 600 or something like that. I immediately took that joint, put it in the shop because it needed to get like some work done, an alternator or something like that, a pulley. Took it to some place, man. He fixed it. And man, that joint was the engine, you couldn't even hear it. And I know what you're talking about because I was going down this one street. Everybody know in Chicago, West 95th, the cops be on it because you going from the hood. Whenever you going from the hood to white folks, like the dividing line where white people live, there's
Yeah.
cops. There's always cops, speed traps and shit. So
Yeah.
when you go from like East 95th Street in Chicago and you go to West 95th Street, it's you going into like the white suburbs and stuff. And the cops will always pull you over. So anyway, I'm taking this dude home from work. He ended up getting fired. The dude I was taking home from work, he got into it with some stud broad and got in an actual fist fight. They fired both of them.
Damn.
Nigga owed me $100 too, because he supposed to sell me a gun, and he scammed me. But anyway, man, I was going home. I was cruising. I was doing 60. That shit felt like I was doing 30. Cops pulled me over. They like, man, you was doing 60. I was like, what? I was doing what? Because it didn't feel like I was doing no 60 miles an hour, man.
Man.
I was cruising, floating.
Benzes are made for that, boy.
Yeah. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And that was my first Benz. And I got scammed from that. Like I went to it was basically the car wouldn't shift. It wouldn't shift anymore. And come to find out it was just the shifter cable. Some fucking ragtag little car dealer I went to, they lied and told me that it was a transmission going out, and they got that car, man, and I got me a Chevy Impala, and it was like 2005, and I ended up giving that car to my mother. Shit, she was the one paying for it, really. But anyways, and I just, man, it was just a clusterfuck. And then I got I got a Mustang, drop top Mustang base model, 2000. Was like the same year because I didn't even want that Chevy Impala. So it was like, man, that was kind of like, I don't know. I was doing good, man. I had a Hyundai Sonata. I had a Mercury Cougar, and then I had that Benz, and then I had an apartment building. Man, I was doing good, man. I was living a bachelor's life. I had a seat. I had a fish tank. I had a fish tank. With salt water. I had the fish from Nemo. I had the blue. It was a blue tart or a blue tang. That was what Dory was. And I had the enema because you can't get a clownfish. You can't get a clownfish without the they need not enemas, the I forgot what they call them damn things that clownfish have to have these with them. Enemas. This is an enema fish. So they need these. I'll just show you for example. So they need these little like the little worm looking things that basically that's part of their environment. They have to, it soothes them or something. They have to have those with them because they're
Okay.
in the fish. Yeah, they have to have this as far as in their environment, or they won't survive because they need that. So I had to get that. And I was balling, man. Basically, man, I was balling, boy.
Yeah, son.
I was probably balling more then than I probably am now, man. Shit.
No, no, no. Well, yes and no. So you were balling then, but you were balling, you were
I
broke
was
balling.
balling off my mother, really, to be
Now
honest.
you're balling off yourself,
Yeah.
and you're balling more because listen, your bills are paid,
Mm-hmm.
right? You
For
ain't
the
looking
most
over your shoulder for nothing.
No, not really.
Niggas don't understand that your average man is probably balling more than your big shot.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little behind because I've been out of work. I mean,
I
unemployment.
mean, listen, that shit happens. Trust me, we all get behind. But
Yeah.
peep game. Donald Trump said it himself. He was out with one of his lady friends, and he actually likes black women. Um, but he was like, "Yo, you see that homeless bum on the street? Yeah, he's worth more than me." The bitch was like, "He's worth zero." He said, "Yeah, and I'm worth negative 900 million."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
People don't understand that. They don't get that. And I try to tell them, it's about assets and liabilities.
Yeah.
A bum on the street with no debt, and you did if an accountant did a financial statement on the average person that has, let's just say, 50,000 in student loan debt. They have a mortgage with a balance of $200,000. Credit card bills, medical collections, all of the things that you owe, and then you take this bum that's sleeping on a fucking concrete slab somewhere outside of a bakery in New Amsterdam, fucking Bed-Stuy somewhere. You do his financial statement, and he got some old parking tickets from '88. Like
Yeah,
he ain't that went to collections. Like, he's richer than you are, motherfucker.
man.
He just ain't got the opportunities. It doesn't look like that. But on paper, financial statements is a financial statement. You can't
Yeah,
argue.
on paper, that everybody would be like, "Oh, he's the nigga that's pulling up in the Benz."
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
the nigga that's pulling up in the Benz is worth negative, negative, negative.
yeah,
That's why
yeah.
he's pulling up in the Benz.
Yeah, yeah. It looks things look the way they are, but a financial statement, you can't argue that.
Yeah,
That dude, as far as he's got less liabilities than what you got. He just ain't got no money and no income coming in to possibly to acquire anything on credit. But it's like, just people are into aesthetics and what they see. That's why people get cars and all this.
yeah,
And it's like people just try to feed other people's aesthetics, and I get it. But when you try to break it down to people, it just doesn't register to them. And women don't register to women either.
at all.
They see what they see, and women are. This is what BGS said. It is actually true. I've been really kind of thinking about it for a while. Women are really into status, and resources. What type of status do you have? That's why when I put this picture up here, it's true. It's very much true. Um, you know, people with these cars can easily steal your girl. because they want to get in.
I'm mad they got the E350 diesel truck though.
Yeah,
The van.
that's a joke. Like they'll basically put your woman in a van and kidnap her.
I was thinking of being a working man.
No, they will actually steal your girl. You know,
That's funny as fuck.
the white van, white cargo van. But
Yeah.
the thing is that because women want the aesthetics and the status of being in a Ferrari, you know, being in a Beamer or Benz, you know, a Bentley, and then they think you got money. You know, most of the time, people that have those vehicles tends to be associated with some type of, you know, money or whatever. They want to have that. So they you know what I'm saying, you could like literally trick women by renting these things,
Yeah.
tending to be that, and then you get the, you know, get the draws, and then you know what I'm saying, it's like
Be like, bitch, this was rented.
it's the Cinderella story. They call you the next day and you back at your apartment or, you know, the projects, whatever, and you got your regular car and you show up in, let's just say, that white cargo van. You know, he like, well, nah, I just was renting in that for the weekend. And she like, what? Lose my number, motherfucker.
I already got the pussy, bitch.
Yeah, you know, I got that shit. I got, you know, it don't matter.
Man.
You know.
But yo, it's about to be 3:00 in the morning out here. I'm gonna hop off.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna be back through, man. Next time you go live, but now you gave me an idea of a topic because, like I said, you know, we don't think about business exit strategy, but you was like, nigga, we don't think about business entrance strategy. And before I hop off, that's true. So many of us, I started my LLC, right? And like, yo, you don't know how many motherfuckers on YouTube. I started my LLC for my YouTube channel, bro. What product and or service are you bringing? How are you generating revenue? Because the IRS only gonna see you as a business if you're profitable for 3 out of 5 years. And then they're gonna turn you into a hobby, so you can't take none of them write-offs or nothing. And then an LLC is a limited liability company, so all that is a Schedule C. So basically, an LLC does not make you a business or a business owner. An LLC makes you a self-employed individual. Right? Because I was having this conversation and you brought up the employment quadrant, right? So motherfuckers call me an entrepreneur all the time because I'm self-employed. I am not an entrepreneur. I am a self-employed individual. I probably have no desire to be an entrepreneur. I don't want to start no businesses. I want to work for myself. There's a difference. Right? Now, is a self-employed person entrepreneurial? Yes. Is a business owner self-employed and entrepreneurial? Yes. Is an entrepreneur self-employed and a business owner? Yes. But what's the distinction between the three? Self-employed owns their job. I only make money off of the efforts of me. Business owner owns the business. I only make money off of the efforts of me and the people I employ. Entrepreneur owns the entrepreneurialism. I make money off of the business owner making money off of the employee. Right? So there's that. I'm a holla, bro.
Okay. All right. Peace out.
Peace.
Okay. Yeah. So we had a pretty good discussion so far. My sentiments are the same. It's definitely getting late. Coming upon about 2 a.m. here at CST time. Yeah, we don't really have that much business entry strategy as well. We, you know, to have an exit strategy, you need an entry strategy, and a a lot of our entry strategy is trash. My uncle, he kind of did the same things that I've done, or tried the same things that I've done. And I probably was better at my uncle that's in IT than he was as far as business, because I stayed with it a lot longer, and I actually had my own store and everything. But what he said was exactly what we need to think about, is that we need to leverage business loans. Like, you can't expect to do everything off of a bootstrap budget. Like, for example, if you wanted to start some type of business, you should start without money. You could just to kind of figure out what you need to do, and get a day-to-day operational idea of what you're doing. But once you have that, then you take what you're doing already and you go file for an SBA loan, get you 100 grand, and you have enough funding now that you can pay for your rent. You can hire people to do increase your output, increase your production, and buy products to, if you're selling stuff, or if you're offering services, buy more tools or whatever you need to operate your service business. And you do that, and you don't have to pull hairs and grow gray hairs from all of the stress of operating a business off of a bootstrap budget. You have enough money to basically pay for what you need to do and make money in your business. Ideally, so much so that you pay the business loan off, or you even get another business loan for, instead of $100,000, $1 million, so you can increase your business. Everybody knows this. A lot of people already have done this, and they continue to do this. They get business loans. Business loans really run a lot of business in the United States. It's the life line of a lot of businesses in the United States. It's business loans. So, that's one of the things that I'll just leave you with, as far as conversations I had with my uncle, because I definitely agree. And if you don't do well in business, like Donald Trump did, you could just file bankruptcy. Okay. You could file for bankruptcy protection, and you don't have to worry about paying a business loan back, because just one, just didn't pan out. Okay. Um, you just got to think about ways you can start, getting into business, and what you can do. You don't necessarily got to do, a bootstrap operation where you build up over time. That's the best way to do it if you can. If you were able to do it, if you were able to take $1,000 and make it happen, great. But if you do need capital, don't hesitate to try to look for some type of SBA loan, because it'll just help you do whatever you need to do. Like, if I had an SBA loan of 100 grand back when I had my business, what I would have done was take my business to a better environment, where it was less murders and crimes and gang activity and all of that. And I would have bought inventory, we bought some tools, maybe bought a vehicle, company vehicle or something like that, and I would have hired some people to help me out. Okay, that's kind of like, just something to leave in, as far as what I recommend as far as a business entry strategy. And what I say it again, as far as business, it black people don't have a business culture, and I don't know where or why we left out that, or why that doesn't exist, where we just don't have a business culture. You know, if you think of everybody else, they have some type of culture that involves business, like it's a part of their life. You know, like for example, let's look at Arabs. Arabians, they are into business. They, you know, open up shops. They, have street vendors and, selling things. Some it's even in the Quran and in the Hadith and stuff like that is stuff, how to conduct business properly, things that you should do and you shouldn't do. All of that type of stuff is like embedded in the culture, man. It's like, what I think we need to just change that through generational, not so much wealth and stuff like that, but just a generational culture shift of business, of some type of business code of conduct, business code of ethics, business code of uh, action points of what to do, how to do certain things, and just, that's, doing that becomes a cultural thing where, now it's a enculturated aspect of business that, people coming out, from an early age, they know, okay, they're expected to one day they're gonna be in business. They're gonna, they see their parents in business, operating business, some type of business, and then they get comfortable at when they get older to work in that business and possibly take that business over or start their own business. I mean, I would say that, come to think of it, everything that I'm talking about is actually my life. I had I was immersed into business because my grandparents had a store, and that was part of their life. Their everyday life was opening up their business. So I used to have to, I didn't really want to do it, but I had to, my parents would drop us off with our grandparents, and we would have to get up early in the morning to open up that store with our grandparents. And you know it was part of our lives. Like it was an experience that we all had. Now, did my sisters open up some business? Hell no. I did. Okay. Should they have done the same thing? I think they should have, but that's the life I chose. Okay. um would I do that again when I open up another store? Probably not. I'm not going to say that I want to go back into retail business. I would say that I would, if I did do it, I would probably start a restaurant. My age, I would probably start some type of restaurant or something like that. But uh, you know, that's just kind of a thought or whatever. But one of the things that I wanted to end on is a thought that I had that I was going to talk about earlier, was that I was thinking, I was listening to Hood Servative talk about a video of BGS, when, as far as men in the manosphere are tired or something like that. And he was talking about how basically black women and black men were forced upon each other. And I started to really thinking about that. And I've heard that before, but for whatever reason, I had, I don't know, my brain was really circulating properly to really understand it. And I really thought about it, and I'm like, if you look at everybody else, right? Even Europeans are immigrants to America, right? But they weren't forced to be immigrants. It was a choice. A lot of them maybe were forced in the sense where they just really didn't have much going on in Europe. They were peasants, or They might have been in a sane asylum or prison, and they were, basically given the ultimatum to go to America or stay wherever they were. Or actually, they weren't given an ultimatum. They were basically like, you either do this, you have no other choice, whatever. But either way, I mean, they weren't coming to, America as any type of like slave or anything. Maybe at the very least an indentured servant, but once they, did that whatever they needed to do, they was off to their own vices. But of course, you got the Native Americans and even Hispanics, okay, or Mexicans. They came over here. They were already over here, or whatever. It was a different experience, right? When you look at African Americans, we weren't organically, coming over here and it was an organic situation like that, or it was like we wanted to come over here. We were forced to brought over here, and it wasn't an organic experience from start. It wasn't like a love story from start. We didn't come over from a boat, peacefully in some, we were already in some other land looking for opportunity. We were forced on boats, brought over here, and forced to breed to make other slaves. And it's been, people, haven't really healed from that. We never was, pretty much given an opportunity to recover from that. It was basically fight or flight for centuries, and it was never no let up, right? And it's like it just kind of I guess the thought that of that was like wow, we really did not have, we were like a pet that were just forced upon each other. Like you take a pet, you take a bunch of hamsters from a pet store, and then you just put them all in one big cage or whatever aquarium, and they have to survive. That's like our experience. From our obviously our ancestors. I mean, and that grew into whatever that grew into. Now, don't get me wrong. There's black people that love each other, that have wonderful relationships, that have had wonderful relationships for centuries. But I mean, it still doesn't negate the point that organically we weren't, basically brought, to be with each other, with our own will. That wasn't our experience. We were, forced, fed upon each other, through slavers. So it just kind of brings and begs the question: does that have something to do with our spite for one another? And then also it has to do with the question of the book that nobody really talks about, that Dr. Shahrazad Ali wrote, that is not popular. People always talk about the diary of the Guide to Understanding the Black Man, a Guide to Understanding the Black Women, but they never talk about the book that she wrote about Are You Still a Slave? Because people still in 2024, they still have a mindset of the slave, and I guess purposes of my own, I guess I don't know. I want to read the Willie Lynch letter, because this kind of helps me, kind of understand the mindset that people still have, of that slave mindset of, the men hating the younger and the older, and all that type of stuff. And it just kind of comes to mind when I actually, whether it was true or not, it kind of bodes a lot of truths of how people think today. People still they have not overcame their slave mindset, and that is partly due to, I think, why a lot of black people are not really into business, really into being a servant, to being a employee, a slave, to someone else, to an owner, to be working for the owner class. So I'm gonna read this Willie Lynch letter here, and this is Willie Lynch. Okay, he says, "Gentlemen, I greet you here on the bank of the James River in the year our Lord 1712. First, I shall thank you, the gentlemen of the colony of Virginia, for bringing me here. I am here to help you solve some of your problems with your slaves. Your invitation reached me on my modest plantation in the West Indies, where I've experimented with some of the newest and still the oldest methods for control of slaves. Ancient Rome would envy us if my program is implemented. As our boat sailed south on the James River, named for our illustrious King James, whose Bible we cherish, I saw enough to know that your program is not unique. While Rome used cords of wood as crosses for standing human bodies along the old highways in great numbers, you are here using the tree and the rope on occasion. I caught the whiff of a dead slave hanging from a tree a couple miles back. You are not only losing valuable stock by hangings, you are having uprisings, slaves are running away, your crops are sometimes left in the fields too long for maximum profit. You suffer occasional fires, your animals are killed. Gentlemen, you know what your problems are. I don't need to elaborate. I am not here to enumerate your problems. I'm here to introduce you a method of solving them. In my bag here, I have a foolproof method for controlling your black slaves. I guarantee every one of you that if installed correctly, it'll control the slaves for at least 300 years. My method is simple. Any member of your family or any overseer can use it. I have outlined a number of differences amongst the slaves, and I take these differences and make them bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. These methods have worked on modest plantations in the West Indies, and it'll work throughout the South. Take this simple little test of differences and think about them. On the top of my list is age, but is there, because it only starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There's an intelligence, size, sex, size of plantations, attitude of owners, whether the slaves live in the valley or on the hill, east, west, north, south, have fine or coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I should give you an outline of action. But before that, I should assure you that distrust is stronger than trust, and envy is stronger than adulation. respect or admiration. The black slave, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry it on and will become self-refueling and self-generating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black versus the young black male, and the young black male against the old black male. You must use the dark-skinned slaves versus the light-skinned slaves, and the light-skinned slaves versus the dark-skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male versus the female. You must also have your servants and overseers distrust all blacks, but it is necessary that your slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and only trust us. Gentlemen, these kits are your keys to control. Use them. Have your wives and children use them. Never miss opportunity. My plan is guaranteed. And the good thing about this plan is that used intensively for 1 year, the slaves themselves will remain perpetually distrustful. Willie Lynch.
Touched 100,000 cash in his life. Rest in peace, his soul, but he was broke.
How much you count? 10K. Damn, I only got 10. I only made 20 today, man. We gotta go harder.
Money is not everything, bro. You need to relax.
Money is everything. You need to go harder. You're broke.
Get the wheel. I'm counting money. You get the wheel. Look, I'm trying to make some money. Come on.
It's 2:30 a.m. and I'm tired.
Would you rather be rich and tired or broke and energized?
Rich and tired.
Okay, then get the hell up. Come on. No girls, no parties, no vacations, no distractions. Let's lock in on our dream. Don't chase girls, chase money. Because when you get money, girls don't chase you. My grandpa been telling me that since I was a youngin'. I'm just starting to listen now. Come on, bro, let's throw the distraction away and get this money. We can do it, so let's do it. Come on, dog. It's about time.